Hi, welcome to a Let's Play in Lord of the Rings Online. We are continuing right after the main quest, Starter Zone of Bjorning. I'm going to continue playing on our Bjorning here. My goal with this character is to play him level 1 to 160, playing all of the content in the game. And the reason, I thought about this a long time, the reason I picked a Bjorning is incredibly versatile. Its playstyle, you can be a tank, healer, or DPS. You have great movement speed when you get later on in bear form, because you have a Wanderlust ability that's like the same speed as a mount, and that can be done inside an instance, which is huge. They create their own food, they do good healing, they do good damage, and they're fun switching in and out of bear form and mare form. So all those things combined, my finalists for this play series was Bjorning, Loremaster, Hunter, and a Warden. And the Hunter struggles with healing. It's a little bit difficult when you have to do solo instances. The Loremaster really struggles with movement speed, and the Warden struggles if you hit any kind of lag, because the gambit system is very it's very dependent that you do all the gambit systems on a Warden. So yeah, we're going to play through. I like Bjorning. I like the class fantasy. It's a fun class. So we're going to continue the main storyline and the main quests on this character.
I do not know where the ranger has gone, but John Brackenbrook might know.
I must say, you are a tall one. From where have you come, and where are you called? Brawl, that is quite an unusual name. What business brings you to Archet? We have our own share of troubles, and have little need of outsiders to bring theirs. You tell the woman that you have traveled from afar, seeking the ranger Aragorn. She thinks for a moment, and then shakes her head. He was here, it is true, but he is gone. He left just before the Blackwold brigands launched their attack on the town, reducing it into the state. We have used him in the defense. To speak the truth, we could use you as well. Had you arrived a little earlier, you looked to be a strong one. I do not know where the ranger has gone now, but John Brackenbrook might know. He has assumed command of the rebuilding process. Now his father has perished. You will find him in front of the wreckage of the tavern. I imagine I saw him there earlier. So being a Bjorning, we are able to change in and out of bear form relatively early.
Will you give me a moment of your time, friend?
I don't know if we're going to pick up all these side quests. We kind of want to continue. Here's John Brackenbrook. We don't even have a millstone yet.
I must say, I never expected to see one of your kind in these parts.
Let's see. You are the line of Bjorn, are you not? Your stature and demeanor seem unmistakable to me. I have never met any of your family until today, but I have heard tell of your people from the rangers and other wild folk. You tell John Brackenbrook why you have come to Archet, and he nods. Yes, Aragorn was here, though he goes by the name Strider in these parts. He left with some haste, but I heard from others he was loath to do so, and wished to stay and help us with our troubles. He made for the town of Bree, unless you heard wrong. But stay, my tall friend, do not worry away just yet. You come to us in our darkest hour, when the Blackwold brigands have burned our town and slain many of our friends. My own father perished in the night, struck down by the Blackwolds and their hateful allies from the north, from Angmar. I know you wish to seek out Aragorn, but if you truly share his ideals, you will spare a moment here and there to help the people who need it. The experience will make you stronger, and together we will prevent other towns from being burned in the name of evil. Thank you.
Stay a moment.
I wish you had been here, Brawl. We could have used your help during the Blackwold's attack. The battle was great, but in the end, we defeated the brigands' onslaught. Some of the good men who were lost remain still unburied, but these people of the town have their hands full with their own great losses. It would be our shame if those unburied bodies were dishonored by wild beasts. Will you do us a favor? Seek out the poor men and grant them honor and death. Dirk Mudbrick fell at the sheep farm southwest of Archet. Nate Whisperwood died defending the Hunter's Lodge, and Cal Springley's farmhand, Will Whitley, perished in the battle just to the west of Bronway's Folly. So we need to go bury the dead. And I think while we're here, we will do the side quests.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Disease among the boars. I find aid to you. It is good to see the backs of the black wolves broken and the peace settling over Archet once more. Now we're concerned ourselves with less dire problems. Actually, you might be able to help with one of those problems. If you are interested, there seems to be an illness spreading among the local boars. A terrible affliction it must be, for the beasts are more hostile than normal. We really must put an end to the illness. Okay. Need to kill boars and bury the dead bodies.
Could I speak with you a moment?
If you ever want to take up a trade yourself, then you'll need guidance. Oh, this is a...
Could I speak with you a moment?
That is a crafting quest. We probably will craft for ourselves, for our gear.
Will you stay and speak with me a moment?
Don't worry about me, Brawl. It's just a minor wound I got in the fighting. Now that the Brackenbrooks, father and son, have driven the Blackwolds away from Archet, perhaps those folk can get a living their lives as they once did. Word has reached me, though, that there is a new threat to deal with. A nearby farm has been overrun with spiders, and the folk here have retreated to Archet. My injury prevents me from dealing with the pests. You have proven yourself a capable warrior. You should have no trouble looking for the farmer here in Archet. You know him already. His name is Cal Sprigley. Didn't John just say that guy died? Oh no, he's right here.
How can I be of service?
There we were, ready to stand our ground against the Blackwold villains, and these monstrous spiders came pouring out of the cellar in the middle of the night. It seems hardly fair. Still, if the Spider-Bane sent you, it could be you'll be able to help us, and our farm is due south of Broadway's Folly. If you recover the seed bag from the pins and strongbox from the storage shed. Okay. So, we need to recover things from the farm. Let's look into our gear situation. We actually have a lot of gear that's better than what we have on. Alright. That's another cool thing about the later classes in Lord of the Rings Online. Your gear, you get like right out the bat, and it's good, and you can get like tons of stuff, which is extremely helpful. Alright, and we get another axe. We want to keep these axes because these are pretty cool for transmogs. Okay. Now, we have quite a bit of things to do here, which is good. Quest item. That's for crafting. So we're going to go out into the Archet area and do these quests. Alright. So we got quite a bit of quests we need to do here. The main quest is the prologue quest, Burying the Dead. We need to bury Dirk Mudbrick's body, Nate Whisperwoods, and Will Wheatley. Then we need to defeat diseased boars. The Master of Apprentice is for crafting. We'll probably craft with this character. After a fight like that, maybe living on the farm wasn't so bad. Yeah, I'd say so. Alright, now... Where did this... Ah, he died right here. Nate Whisperwood. So, we didn't see the Battle of Archet because that is related to the man starter zone, and you take part in that. So we arrived in Archet after all of that, and Aragorn was here. And if you are a hobbit, you would play through that whole thing as well. But the Bjorning kind of comes into the picture after all of that has happened. So, anyways, just kind of interesting. Eventually, when we are in bear form, we will get... Oh, we have several abilities I haven't... So let's upgrade Thrash. What's attacking me? You diseased boar. So I guess a good rule of thumb when transitioning in and out of man and bear form is when you hit slash or thrash, you change into bear form, and when you hit slash, you change into man form. So you could do that, you could hotbar that. I like to hotbar my mouse to go in and out of man form. And then I like to hit my mouse and go into bear form. So that's typically what I do. So slash, later on, will do a bleed. You can also heal while you are in man form. So when we get down here to bleed damage, let's see, increase the damage of all bleeds. So we'll want to, and then Serrated Edge is another ability we use in man form. But for now, we're going to, let's see, wait, is Nature's Wrath, unlocks the skill Nature's Wrath. Let's grab that because we need another bear skill. Okay. There's another one we have to bury. Oh, they killed the sheep. And the shepherd. That's lame. So, Hearten is our heal on ourself, and you cast it in man form. And that will be a pretty staple rotation moving forward. And basically, you use Thrash on cooldown. And it says subsequent attacks do more damage. So, the idea is go into man form, throw a heal on preemptive heal, like before battle happens. Then hit him with the bleed. And then expose weakness does increase damage. If you look up here, you put a debuff on the target. Bash also does a bleed. Expose weakness basically puts a debuff where they take increased damage. So it's in your best interest to do that rotation first. And then switch to man form. And that's the idea. And then basically Thrash on cooldown because it does more and more damage the more times you use it. So not every class is amazing in the first couple levels. Sometimes the classes take a little bit longer. What comes to mind is the Warden and the Captain. The Captain feels really bad until you get Standalone, which is a huge buff to solo play. And then the Warden feels bad until you can like do more gambits. Oops. Okay. And I think similarly, without the bleeds, the Bjorning feels a little slow, but it does get a lot better. You know, the only class that just feels... I can't say only, that's strong. One of the few classes that feels just amazing the whole time you play it is the Champion. The Champion just... the Champion is just a boss. So another trick in Lord of the Rings... Ah, we got two people here. Gonna throw a heal on herself. Go into bear form. So things you can interact with in... Oh, we pulled 3 people. So the DPS is slow, but as you can see, like, I'm not taking, like, any damage at all, because the Bjornings are just super tanky. They are, like, especially the yellow bear is, like, referred to the unkillable class, because you can just take a lot of damage, and then you just pump out so much healing that, I mean, it might take you a while to kill things, but, like, nothing's gonna really kill you. Unless you're doing, like, bosses or something. And this will get a lot better when we have our speed increases. The only kind of thing that annoys me about Bjornings is you can't do things in and out of bear and man form. Like, you can't craft or anything, get collectibles in man form. That can be a little irritating sometimes. Okay, we dealt with the bears, or the boars. We buried all the dead. Now I need to deal with a threat from the spiders at Sprickley Farm. And we can look at our deeds as we go through here as well. So this is the deed panel. As of 2026, there is a UI update where you can actually update this whole thing. We don't have any deeds in Archet yet. Slayer deeds. We just have a few deeds for just basic abilities. Alright, now we don't have any AoE, so there's not really a benefit in us pulling. We're not here to kill spiders anyways. We're gonna collect the seed bag, the strong box, and the bow. So again, this series I am planning on doing a level 1 to 160 playthrough. I've thought about what class I would like to play through that, and the Bjorning is really fun. It's interesting. It can deal, it has movement speed, it can tank, it can do a lot of self-healing. So there was a couple other classes I wanted to do. Hunter, namely one. Lore Master. Lore Master is very slow. Hunter is very squishy. All the classes, that's the bow, are viable and good in their own way. So we have a deed to kill 30 spiders. Now we might do that. Deeds, you need to do deeds to get virtues, which are down here. We haven't unlocked any because we are so low level. I like to do Zeal, Valor, and Honesty. We'll probably do Valor first. Maybe Zeal. And we will earn that virtue. Okay, and then we need the strong box. Now, another thing you can do here is you can run around and hit delete if your keyboards are on the default setting. And as you see, that just eliminated that. And so delete highlights anything you can interact with in the environment. And if you hit U, you basically autopilot to it and pick it up. These are the things I didn't know when I first played the game. So I would spend, you know, exorbitant amount of time looking for quest items. And, yeah. That just expedites the process. So that cellar over there, if you're curious, you can go into that, and there's a tunnel system where you can go under all the way back to Archet, but you have to go through a bunch of spiders. And I think eventually they'll send us a quest down there anyway, so we'll just travel on our mount. It's a lot faster. So I believe I'm going to play this character slowly through all the content. I'm not in a rush. The best thing about Lotro is the journey and the world building and just taking your time doing the quests. The quests are actually pretty good. The lore is fantastic. So that's what I really enjoy. There is an end game and there is PvP. There is benefits to getting at max level. But I just don't play that way. I like to just take my time. I still haven't leveled a character to max level.
Greetings.
Ah, you have taken care of the poor blighted creatures. Every boar that has caught that foul plague will in the end have been destroyed, but the few you've dealt with will slow the spread of the plague. Thank you. Okay, now we can actually get a bow. We don't really use a bow very often, but later on we'll want a bow for stats. But what we really need is a two-handed weapon for more damage. So we're going to grab the axe. If you hold control, left click, you can see what everything looks like. Because sometimes you'll come across things that aren't really good for your character, but if you pick it up and you like how it looks cosmetically, you can put it in your shared storage or your wardrobe, and you can cosmetically equip it on another character.
How can I be of service?
So, burying the dead. Good it is done. Those men died bravely and deserved a proper burial. Archet is in your debt.
What do you need?
An urgent summons. The man who came through the village, he reminded me of the ranger you seek, the man called Strider. Said he was looking for heroes. I know little of you, but it is apparent to me that you are a heroic bent. He said he would await any such heroes I might send his way at Combe and the Wattle Inn, where he will be waiting, and the Combe and Wattle is in the center of Combe to the south. He seemed most grim to me. I would travel to Combe immediately and speak with the innkeeper, Lisbeth Honeymead. She should know where to find this man. So that is progressing the main quest. So the quests you want to pay attention to in the Lord of the Rings Online, this is another thing I didn't know when I first played the game. Prologues are obviously a prologue into the book quests and the chapter quests. You always want to do book quests and chapter quests because those are the main story through the zone, and those also carry you to the next zones. And then you'll come in here and see I have Bree-land. These are the sub-quests in the zone of Bree. And see I have Epic Prologue. These are the ones you really want to pay attention to, because these are going to be the main quest. And if you don't do these, it's really going to screw you up, and you're not going to be able to get to all the zones. Especially in the early game, you really want to pay attention to all these epic quests.
How can I be of service?
This is everything we asked for. Alright, my seed bag, strongbox, and father's trusty bowl. Still I'm glad we can make a new start. Tell the Spider-Bane he has my thanks.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Talk to Alti Spider-Bane.
Greetings.
Good, you have returned. It seems that there is much going on here than I first thought. While you were away, my cousin Bali arrived and sent him to search the caves in the ruins outside the east wall of Archet. A few of the hunters had dropped a huge stone in front of the cave. I wanted him to ensure the stone remained. He has not returned. I am worried. Now we could grab this. We'll go ahead and do this. Side missions, side quests are important if you want to get gear, and side quests are important if you want to be leveling. Because a lot of times if you're only doing the main quest, you will be under-leveled. Now, the positive thing is, in recent Lord of the Rings Online, there are many avenues in which you can level. Here's Bali right here. Did I pull all those spiders? Or just this guy? You search Bali's corpse and find a journal with several pages missing. The journal text reads, I would not believe it, but the spiders have pushed the cave mouth clear. I have entered the cave and the spiders reacted to me immediately, as if drawn to me. I am unsure why. I spent my day carefully searching near the entrance, only found several corpses bound in cocoons. These spiders seem to wrap everything up in their cocoons. I will write more tomorrow when I go further into the cave. Perhaps it would be best to enter the cave to see if you can find the rest of the journal. So we need to find the journal fragments for this guy. And then we will go with the main quest, Urgent Summons. But we'll do this one. We're not probably going to commit to doing every single side quest, because that is pretty elaborate. There's like thousands of side quests in this game. But I think we will do it when it's interesting. I think we'll have a criteria. We'll do side quests when I need extra XP, when it seems interesting, and when it coincides with the main quest. I think those three things are how I determine main quests. Another sort of tip, if you are a free-to-play account, which I am on this character, I think one of the best ways to farm Lotro points, which is the in-game currency that you use to purchase expansions and etc. One of the best ways to do Lotro farming is play a Bjorning and run around in the caves in here and kill spiders and get the Spider Bane deeds. I've seen several people do it. I think they said they can do like 300 Lotro points in an hour. And then what they do is they, you know, right here, I'll kill 30 spiders and I get, you know, I get Lotro points as a reward for completing that deed. Well, after you do 30, it'll upgrade to 60 and then 120 and then I think 240. And then what people will do, they'll do that and then they will delete the Bjorning character and then remake a Bjorning character. So, there is a way that you can play Lord of the Rings Online completely free without ever paying actual money. That's pretty awesome. But, you know, like, time is money, so, like, sometimes it may not even be worth your time to invest in that amount. But I like that it's at least a possibility. Lord of the Rings Online has a fantastic free-to-play system. I've never played anything quite like it. The only other MMOs that I've played that I thought they had as well a good system was Elder Scrolls Online, Star Wars: The Old Republic. But apparently, the history of those games is they were not always free-to-play. So we pulled quite a lot, not too hugely worried. We can go back into our man form, throw a hero on ourselves, do expose weakness, back into thrash, back into tank. See, we're back to full health. That's why the Bjorning is just unmatched. If I was playing a burglar, I would have been screwed. If I was playing a champion there, I probably would have been screwed because the champion doesn't have any heals, especially in the early level. Guardian can do pretty good on the defensive side, but they don't have a lot of heals either. A Warden in the early level has like 1 heal, but like no AoE. A Lore Master would have been fine. Lore Masters are just absolute bosses. So I believe this is actually the cellar. And I think we go talk to Alti Spiderbane, and then we come back. He sends us to kill the queen, and she's in a cellar. So that's that other entrance on the other side of the farm in Archet. There's another player. Or is this the cellar? Yeah, that's the cellar. Oh, okay. So that's the cellar, and then that entrance is where the queen is. I think we have a quest to come back and deal with her later. So we're looking for another cocoon. It's real easy to get turned around in here. Looks like up here to the left. Part of the genre of MMORPG is you're gonna get lost. Nope. 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 We've already been here. Oops. It's been a long time since I've been in these caves. This is also why sometimes I skip the side quests. Because if I end up can't find this. Oh, this is a passage we haven't seen yet. And there's nothing here. You know, I don't want to waste my time. You know, I have very limited time. So, sometimes these side quests are more trouble than they're worth. Also, it's hard to remember where I've been and where I've harvested the egg sacs and all that, the cocoons. Now, there might be a cocoon in that one entrance. I was thinking perhaps I had missed one somewhere on the wall. Wow, I think there's 2 or 3 players. Nope, that's the entrance to the cave. Ah, right here at the beginning. That's why it pays to be intuitive and explore in this game. So if you're curious about other things I do on this channel, I like to do the deed logs. I have a lore master, I enjoy doing that. I like to do exploration like ASMR, because I think the world building in Lord of the Rings Online is fantastic. I like to do just sort of the quest playthroughs like I'm doing now on this character. I like to do class guides and tier lists. So pretty much I'm doing everything Lord of the Rings Online related. Now, if he gives us a quest to go back in there and kill the queen, I don't know if we're going to do that unless there's a gear upgrade.
What do you need?
I cannot believe it. Bali gone. He must be avenged, and this journal tells me what is behind. The Spider Queen in the Blue Mountain. She and her brood must have followed me from Thorn's halls. Know this, even if she is slain, she will never leave this place. She has found easy prey here. We must destroy her, or Archet shall become a new abode for the queen and her spawn. Alright, we wear heavy armor. I think we're going to skip that.
Well met.
We'll accept it.
Might you lend me an ear?
That is a helmet. I think we're going to skip that. I don't want to go back in there. It's not essential. So we're going to head to Combe, which is to the south. And yeah, the gear, because I'm a Bjorning, the gear that he's giving me isn't great. I think if I was on a human man, I probably wouldn't have any gear at all. So we would probably want to take that to get the gear. But Bjorning comes with some beginner gear. So Combe is down here to the south down this road. We'll get down to Combe. We will set our millstone down that way, and then we will call this episode there. Then we'll pick up urgent summons in the next. So yeah, we're now level 7. Did we get any more? This is our racial panel, and the one we're going to want to focus on is honey cakes. Because we'll be able to make our own food, which is humongous. Yeah, we have 2 more. We're going to go thrash, and we're going to go bleed damage. Now, we might do trample, so we have another ability. I think we'll do trample. Trample is another ability we will do in bear form. Okay, so this is Combe. Let's make our millstone here. Let's grab the travel point. That's really important. You always want to reassign your millstone so you can travel quickly back to a place, and then always grab the stable masters. We're following in the footsteps of Strider. We need to talk to Lisbeth Honeymead, and she should be in the inn, the Combe Wattle Inn. So this is the city of Combe. It's the city right outside of Archet and before you get to Bree. Here's Lisbeth.
Hello there.
Oh my, look here. A real hero. It's not often we get such a respectable folk through here. My, how my tongue runs on. Thoradin told me to send you upstairs to his room as soon as you arrive. The stairs are across the room there. Thoradin is in the door at the end of the hall. Okay. An urgent summons is the quest we are doing. At the end of the hall? This door, I'm assuming? Aha. Thoradin.
What can I do for you?
Ah, John does not disappoint. You do seem to be a heroic sort, and of the line of Bjorn. Unless I am mistaken, I must take care to hide my movements, and I could use your help. I dare not betray my whereabouts to just anyone. There is much need to discuss. Will you hear me?
Could I speak with you a moment?
Thank you for your aid, Brawl. My kindred and I were driven from the bounds of the Shire by the Nazgul of Mordor. They pursued us eastward and slew many of us. It is my goal to join Amdir, but I have heard rumor of his fate in Archet. They say he was stabbed with a Morgul knife and led off by some evil men. Okay.
Would you do something for me?
He is likely being held by the Blackwolves somewhere in the Chetwood. We must find a way to enter their lair and free him. But first, we must find them. Speak with Constable Underhill. He may be of help. You can usually find him outside near the Comb and Wattle. Once you have learned of the Blackwolves' lair and believe you can gain entry, return to me. Hurry before it's too late. Alright, so we're getting a quest to track down Amdir. Amdir was the ranger that helped us at the very, very beginning. Well, actually not this character. If you're playing a hobbit or a man, Amdir is a character that tries to help you, and he gets stabbed by a Morgul blade. Because we're on a Bjorning, we started our own starter area and came here after all of that. Torden sent you, did he? The Hobbit lowers his voice. There's still a Blackwold agent in town. We think he's trying to rebuild the band from among the local ruffians and bullies. We need proof, though. A letter or parchment would do. If it came from the agent himself, many of the brigands hold up in the Chetwood. Follow the road east until you come to the guardhouse, to where Constable Ryn is stationed. From there, lead north and look for the brigands. Watch fires scattered throughout the woods. Search for their packs, signs of their summons. Let me know right away when you find anything. Constable Underhill. Okay, so the kind of rule for this playthrough is I'm going to be focusing on the main quest, and where possible and where it seems interesting, I'm going to grab the side quests, but the side quests are not the primary goal of this walkthrough. The primary goal of this is to just play the story, and sometimes the side quests are really good.
But may I speak with you?
The main quest is always really good. Sometimes the side quests are really good. Do you think you can take some of your time? I haven't had any word o' me son Coville since the brigand nonsense began, and I'm mighty scared that he may have been caught up in some trouble. We lived in Archet until recently. In an argument, I'm sure. Coville left in a huff. Talk to Constable Ryn about the boy. We might just grab
Would you do
these.
something for me?
Talk to Constable Ryn. Maybe I won't do all of these. I don't know. That quest is too high level for me at the moment. Let's see what this guy's. Blackwood Valuables. After the initial raids, when the folk began fleeing the villages like Archet and the Stadel, and the Blackwoods found they could no longer rely upon raids to support themselves, they seized old Bauman's farm and began tilling the soil. The brigands at the farm must be under supervision of some sort, a Blackwood leader. Okay, so we need to search for valuables. Okay, we're going to do that one.
Stay a moment.
Unpaid debts. The Blackwold brigands are on the run, no question about it. They are trying to regroup at the camps throughout the Chetwood, but they suffered a real defeat at Archet. The brigands flowed their encampment by Archet carrying a large lockbox, so we need to find that. We're going to go ahead and grab all these, because we need pretty much all of the...
Might I take a moment of your time?
We need all of the quests we can get. Me and my dad was a robber some years back and got his hands on a good deal of riches. So we need to find the hanging tree. Just down the road east of Combe, Constable Ryn's post by the guardhouse. Okay, so we need to pick up all the side quests. We need to pick up some crafting abilities. We're going to go to the training hall. Wait a minute. Training hall might be for classes, may not be for... Oh yeah, this is for classes, isn't it? Yep. Okay, never mind. I need to go to the craft hall eventually when I go to Bree. So we can gather materials and such. And craft. I do want to craft on this character. We might do that actually before, because it helps with the experience, and it gives me something to do, and also I can craft my own gear. So while we head into Bree, I'm gonna discuss what I want to do. So you can actually cherry pick the kind of crafting you want. So I'm a heavy armor wearer, so I want to do metal smith so I can make my own gear. That's a given. So I will need to do prospecting. That's a primary. Prospecting and metalsmith. And then the third crafting thing I want to pick up has some debate to it. So typically I like to do tailor, but on a class like this, the only thing tailor does for me is I can make a cloak. That's the single slot I can make. On metalsmith, I can make head, shoulder, arms, feet, chest. So metalsmith is significantly better. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go prospecting, metalsmith, and jewel crafting. Because jewel crafting is... it's harder to find rings, wrists, and trinkets in the game. And jewel crafting you can make your own. So that will really help my stats. Okay, so you come to the crafting house, and you talk to these master of crafting guys. If it will let me talk to them, I don't know what's going on. Okay. I want to pick up weaponsmith.
What can I do for you?
We're going to hit train. We're going to prospect.
How can I be
We're going to
of
hit
service?
train. And I want jewel craft,
You need-
and I'm going to hit train. Okay. Now we can gather materials. We can come back and do the important things. You'll get quests to start all of the crafting. And crafting is so worth it in Lord of the Rings Online. It's really, really awesome. But because I went and got trained in these things, now now if I come across any prospecting ore, I can pick it up. So, sorry, I was able to say that very clearly. Okay, so now we're going to go back to Comb and into the Chetwood. And if you open your map, you're able to see Bree-land, and then the quests will actually kind of highlight. And there was a UI update recently, so I'm going to map quest frame. I'm going to increase that. Yeah, and see, this makes this bigger. That is super helpful. So I can read stuff on the map very easily. It's very, very nice. Okay, so we need to go to the guard post in the Chetwood. And I have my harvesting mine going.
How can I be of service?
I have heard that many of the Blackwold brigands, after looting Archet, fled into the Chetwood. It seems that the Blackwood leaders are angry. They feel the raid might have been more successful if their followers had been less focused on filling their pockets. The main encampment is east, down the road in the deep, into the northern woods. I suspect that many of the Blackwolds can be found within the camp.
How can I be of service?
Looking for Coville Woodwright, are you? I've heard something about the boy, but I can't say his mother is going to like it. He joined up with the Blackwolds. He wouldn't have been in Combe for long. Okay, we're going to go over here to the farm first. We're going to do the farm first. Always keeping in mind the main quest here is the prologue. We need to search for the Blackwold recruit pack. That is the main point. So this is the place where they've been felling trees. No, we're searching for the valuables that guy said he used to be a robber and he left stuff here. I love the zone of Bree-land. It's very pleasant. The music's great. This is the really, really good first zone you get introduced to. Alright, we're gonna go this way. So yeah, this is gonna be a very long playthrough, and I want to at least do an episode a week on this character, focusing on just the long haul, long journey. For some reason, this part of the Chetwood always dismounts you, and I don't know why. Very weird. I've never been able to figure that out. It's some kind of weird,
Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
Pasco's uncle. My uncle Philbert and I were having tea and discussing the state of things in Bree-land, but how the folk in Archet showed the Blackwold brigands a thing or two. Up the road, the woods east of the camp, past the brigands' watchfires, there's some ruins. The Blackwalds are holed up. Uncle Philbert has probably gone there to have a word with them, but I don't think he will make the full journey. Okay.
Would you do something for me?
Calm has always relied on the lumber camp for her livelihood, and now the people of Archet will be relying on us to supply the wood to rebuild the town. I expect there's no shortage of work. That much is certain. We'll need to start taking down some of these trees to the north. Now, because we are Bjorning, we can change in and out of bear form, of course. Oh, look at this guy. Level 140. Hunter. What is that gear? That is some nice gear, my friend. I think it's mission gear from the mission, but the cosmetic is Guards of the Waking Wood. Huh. I like it. Well done, sir. He looks like a elf from the Woodland Realm.
I don't know if you can help me.
Have you heard that the Archet gave the Blackwold villains what for? Kicked them right out. They did. And good on them. If old Archet can manage it, I say Combe can do better. Alright, now I lost my Sally's chain when the brigands took over my farm. She's been gone for many a year, but the chain always did bring me comfort. One of all them black ones probably picked it up, so we need to find the chain. It must be his dog. Cannot mount still. It's very annoying. Now, if I had picked up woodworking, I imagine I'd be seeing lots of lumber in this area. I can't remember. I've only been here once. I came through here with a warden, and I made my warden a woodworker for the purpose of making javelins. Ah, there's Philbert Burrows, and we have our first ore deposit. Copper deposit. So, the way prospecting works is you gather material. When I get material, enough copper chunks, then I have to smelt it. And then once it's smelted, then I can make armor. And other MMOs, you can pretty much just ignore the crafting for the most part. In Lord of the Rings Online, it is immensely helpful. So and it's really fun. I really enjoy the crafting. Finally, someone respectable. I was beginning to think no one out here in the woods had any manners. I simply couldn't stand any longer. While the Blackwoods have their way in the Chetwood, I marched right in and told them just what I think of their sort. Let's see. One ruffian, Cole Sickleaf. He used to be a nice boy. It took my handkerchief. Huh. Sounds like a personal problem, bro. Yeah, I can mount again. So this Chetwood, it kind of reminds me of... What are those trees in California? The really tall ones? Sequoias, I think? Kind of reminds me of the sequoias. Another cool thing about gathering material, you can do it while mounted. Look at this spider. What a spidey boy. Alright. You cannot, however, collect materials while you're in bear form, which is unfortunate. We have another talent we can put into. Let's see. So slash. Increase the damage of all bleeds. Additional ranks. We could do slash to give ourselves a bleed. I kind of want to upgrade Thrash. Thrash is our bear ability. What do you think about this? We are using... We're going to do that. We are using Slash. Slash is what we use in man form, and Thrash is what we use in bear form. Thrash is our big damage dealer, and later on, when you get to the end of the tier... you can spec it to do actually AoE damage, which is phenomenal. Oh, and man form is also how you throw a heal on yourself. So, we're going to be going in and out of man and bear form a lot. So that's to be expected. Might need to turn the combat volume down a little bit. Alright, we can bring the letter. Getting quests done. Let's see about... Isn't the music just pleasant? The music is just great, dude. I love this game. Okay, let's see. Something on the ground we gotta get over here. The first time I played this, I was like, why are there so many brigands here? Doesn't seem like it's lore accurate. And then it made me want to go back and read the books. When I went back and read the books, I was like, oh yeah, there are brigands. Like, you know, the Bree-land and the Shire are kind of being overrun by brigands. So, it's fairly lore accurate. Middle-earth is kind of a dangerous place. There's not a lot of safe places in Middle-earth. It's like the Shire, Rivendell, and Lothlorien. Everywhere else is kind of dangerous. Alright. Oh, the other cool thing is the map will actually show you colors. And so there's a purple, so Blackwold valuables is what I'm looking for up here at old Bruman's farm. So it used to be you could only have like 4 quests at a time, trackable. And that would make a quest hub like this, where I have, what, is that 10? Very frustrating, because you would have to constantly be opening your map, looking at where things were. I don't know if annoying is the right word. It was just kind of tedious. Now, I can fill like this whole screen with quests, and they're color-coded now, which is very helpful. Because again, I like to keep the main quest at the forefront, the epic quest, in this case the prologue quest, and then my side quests I like to just kind of do them as I'm in the area. Sometimes the side quests are just as fun, just as well written, but typically speaking the chapter quests, the epic quests are going to be really top-notch storytelling in the Lord of the Rings Online. Alright, we're going to do these last 2 quests. Also, I like that they check mark ones that we've completed, so I know which ones I've done. So I need to do... collect Filbert's handkerchief. Defeat wolves at the wolf den. And talk to Koval Woodwright. So, it will continue. You know, bear form does really good damage.
What is this world coming to?
Your mother sent you to find me. I don't care. I've never been good at anything in my life, but now I find something I can do and do right. Chetwood will be your grave. Looks like kind of an old dude. Thought he said he was a kid. You may have won this round, but you'll never abandon the Blackwolds. Tell my mom to leave me be. What? You know, I even love the graphical style of Lord of the Rings Online. Does he have a pet badger? There's a pet badger. We don't need no stinking badgers. At this point, we might just stay in bear form. It does really good DPS. Alright, gather some more. 4. Oops, I moved. You can't have to hold still. So, when we refine that, we get 4 copper, and we go to metalsmith. To... Oh, I hit weaponsmith. I needed to go back into town and do metalsmith, not weaponsmith. Weaponsmith would be helpful on a Bjorning because of my two-handed weapons. Except when you get to Moria. When you get to Moria, you get a legendary weapon. And weaponsmith is pretty much ridiculous. Because there's no point. Because I'm gonna get a weapon. So I'm never gonna make a weapon past 50. That's gonna be better than my legendary weapon. Ooh, that's a rare. Bogarth. We're gonna throw a hero on ourselves. Hit him with the man form. Expose weakness. Then switch to bear. Can we kill this guy? I don't think we can, actually. He's level 15, so that's what, 7 levels above us? We'll throw a heal on ourselves. Oh, he just feared us. Pooh. We'll just de-aggro him. He's kind of a unique model, too. He's like purple. Now, I probably could win that fight out if I just stayed there. But that would probably be a 10-minute fight. And, meh. Probably not worth it. I'm already pretty full on my gear. It's kind of a problem. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna drop. I don't like these battle restoration potions. I don't like those. Okay, what do we need? We needed to kill, yeah, Cole Sickleaf. He's like the leader, I think. Sickleaf is kind of an unfortunate last name, my man. Alright, now we got all the quests except killing wolves. And so we're gonna just kind of do that as we... There's that warg again. We're just gonna do that as we run by. So if you are new to this channel, I make a lot of Lord of the Rings content. I do things like this where I just play the quests in the zones. I am doing the latest zones in Corsair of Umbar, Legacy of Morgoth, eventually Kingdoms of Harad. I am doing like Evendim, Mordor. I'm doing all kinds of things. I also make a lot of lore videos in Lord of the Rings Online. And I make class guides. So a lot of my favorite things in the game is the lore and the classes. And I make videos on both of that. And I also have a series where I just record the audio, like an ASMR series, where I explore the zones. And there's no commentary. So if you're interested in any of that, I think you will hopefully enjoy the content on the channel. Alright, now we're going to get out of bear form, hop back on our goat. Actually, I suppose I could use a different mount. There's not really like a regular looking horse. A lot of my horses are kind of... They don't really fit the vibe of Bjorning. Bjorning is not really like a knight. Like all the horses I have unlocked at this level have like, you know, tons of armor and they're very like a war steed or something. It's not really what the Bjorning is about. We'll just go ahead and turn that in. It's not the main quest. We'll just turn these in as we run by. It'd be nice just to... We don't want a one-handed mace. That's not really helpful to us. Or a one-handed club. We could sell that, I guess, but it's just a couple copper. Not a big deal. Player's still here. I wonder why a level 140 isn't here.
Can't you leave me to my misery?
Eventually, the Bjorning can make himself food, which is hugely helpful.
I'm sorry, did you need something?
He's got a lot you can trade, actually, for a low-level area. That's kind of nuts. Hey, we have a high-elf burglar here. Another player.
How can I be of service?
See, this isn't better than what I have, so I'm not going to bother with this stuff. The Bjorning was a class that was added later in the game. I did do that to pick up some experience, and I have 2 more traits. So, let's think about this. Contrate more into Nature's Wrath, unlocks the skill Nature's Wrath. I already have that. At rank 2, it gives increased damage. At rank 3, plus 15%. Nature's Wrath. That's really good. Could do another rank into Thrash. I think I will do that. And then we could put another rank into... let's do Thrash. Let's do Slash, because that increases our bleeds. Alright. What are we doing here? Reconnecting ties. Talk to Constable Rin. Wait a minute, I thought Constable Rin was the guy... Oh, he's just in this little... Yeah, he's in this thing.
Greetings.
Alright. Get some more ore. Duh. Duh. I also think I'm gonna do just like, you know, questing hub areas, focusing on the main quest, but then I'm gonna try and keep them to like 30-ish, 35-ish minutes. I find that to be a manageable amount for me to record in little sections.
It's a sorry day. I'm sorry to trouble you.
Alright, we're not going to pick up any more side quests. Alright, back at Combe to talk to Constable Underhill. Hello, what's this? Ellie Cutleaf. Well, I should have guessed. She's smart and disreputable by all accounts, and she's just the sort who might lead us to the Blackwold agent. She won't lead you to this Amdar fellow, I don't think, but it's a start. We must gain access to the leader somehow. We'll have the answers we seek.
Can I take a moment of your time?
Now here's an idea. Ellie is looking for a new blood, so why not help her out? You can mask yourself as a ruffian and offer to join the Blackwolds, gain her confidence, and we might find out where the Blackwold leader is hiding. So Ellie Cutleaf's house is over here. I remember this, around this pond. And I believe she's the Blackwald informant. Now we might talk to her, start the next quest, and then cut the episode here. It's already been about 30 minutes. Ah, here we go.
What can I do for you?
Not another one. I thought I'd gotten rid of all those letters. You better be served just going home. You don't want to join up with the Blackwolds. I listened to Skunkwood, their leader, and helped them breed some wolves. I admit, I did it for the promise of old riches, but I regret it. Jagged Jack is their head wolf master, and he had me breed a local wolf with one of them wargs. When they took me into their camp deep within the Chetwood, I got afraid real quick. There's something not right there. I've done something terrible. The den mother I helped them breed is kept in Skunkwood's farm in the North Chetwood. She needs to be killed before her next litter is born, else her pups will do worse damage to the Chetwood. Alright, so we need to defeat the den mother. So I think we will do that in the next episode. We'll go back into Chetwood and defeat the Dead Mother. A wolf trainer in Combe worked with the Blackwalds, the brigands, the outlaws, if you will. And she bred wolves with wargs, and so she tasked us with going back into the Chetwood and killing Skunkwood's Den Mother. Off screen, I went back into Bree and I updated my crafting to be metalsmith, jewelry, and prospecting. I accidentally spec'd into weaponsmith, and well, weaponsmith would be helpful level 1 until we get into Moria. I don't like doing weaponsmith because once you get a legendary weapon, my weapon slot here will be a legendary, and then my class trait over here will be a legendary. And the legendary will level up with me as I progress. So I find it's not really worth doing a weaponsmith. If you were on a legendary server post, or I guess pre, legendary weapons, I would definitely do that. But if you think about it, being metalsmith, I can make heavy armor for basically every slot over here on the right, and my hands. And being a jewel crafter, I can pretty much craft every slot here on the left. So I can pretty much be a full kitted crafter for myself. Now, you can purchase an additional profession. I've never done that. If I were to do that, it would maybe be tailor or maybe weaponsmith, I don't know. But I usually spend all of my Lotro points on quests, quest packs, expansions, etc. And the reason is this is a free-to-play account. So I try to be wise with my purchases, essentially. Okay, we need to kill the Den Mother. Skunkwoods. This one? Yeah, Den Mother. Alright, so we're going to hit her with Slash. Now, in our last episode, we spec'd our trait line for Slash. It does bleed damage now. So this is when we want to start opening our rotations on man form to do maximum bleed. If anyone is planning on playing a Bjorning at a beginning level, some things to note: when you hit Slash, if you're in bear form, it will look, there's a Bjorning right there. It will 2 Bjornings. Those are real players. Hey, we got 5 we got 5 Lotro points. If you're in bear form and you hit Slash, it will transform you into man form. And if you are in man form and you hit Thrash, it will transform you into bear form. So that's a way you can quickly, if you use your keybinds with that. Sometimes I get a little confused, and so what I've done is I have hotkeyed my mouse buttons over here on the right, where I can hit buttons and transform in and out of man and bear form. Alright, so we're back in Combe. We need to talk to Ellie Cutleaf. We got a talent. I'm going to talent into my bleed damage. I tend to like damage over time abilities in general. So we got Biting Edge. So this is the talent tree I'm spec'd into. Over here on the left, as you progress your levels and the amount you're talenting into, you'll get more of the trait line you're into. So we got Biting Edge, 2 quick and a vicious strikes across the enemy, and this also does bleed damage. So we want to open up with our Bjorning man
What
form.
can I do for you?
To do lots and lots of bleeds. Okay. I'm glad you were able to defeat the Den Mother before she bore any more of those half-wargs. Now, there's just Skunkwood to deal with. He spends most of his time in the Blackwood hideout these days. There are dark-skinned men who sometimes attend him, clearly not of these parts. That Jagger Jack fellow. Alright, now we can get Cutleaf's Axe. And if you hold Control and left click on the mouse, you can actually open the panel of what it looks like. So I like to do that just with all the gear, in case there's a really cool piece of weapon or armor that I don't necessarily
Could I
need,
speak with you a moment?
but I can put it in the wardrobe for another character. When Skunkwood took me to the Black Wolves encampment in the Chetwood, I met Jagged Jack. Jack is training the wolves for the Black Wolves. He keeps most of them deep in the ruins in the north parts of the woods. If we're going to put a stop to the Black Wolves, then we might need to do a little mischief of our own. I'm not want to do this, mind you, but we need to stop those wolves before they used against Combe. Leecher Cat Cartwell can help us, and we'll talk to him at his house up the cliff south of Combe Center. So we're gonna infiltrate the Blackwalled encampment. What's the name of this? Greater Responsibility. That might be the name of the episode. So if you're not familiar with my channel, I play a lot of Lotro. I play things like this, older zones and quests, and I read all the quest text. And I play newer zones and newer expansions. And I have a character of every class in the game. And what I really like to do is just wherever my character is, I make an episode. So I have one in Evandem, I have one in Mordor, I have one in Enenwaith, I have one right before Moria, and I like to just make content on the region. That's the zones in Lord of the Rings Online. They're called regions. I make lore videos on the deed system in the game, which is phenomenal. The deeds are super cool, extra lore, and I love the Tolkien lore. Then I make some ASMR videos of just in the zone, and then I make class guides.
Greetings, friend.
So if any of that is interesting, hopefully the channel will be interesting to you. Alright, Ellie got herself into trouble, did she? I've been near the wood of late to gather herbs and such. Something has the animals there stirred up for certain. If this will help make things right between Ellie and Combe folk, I will help. I think I know just the thing. I need fresh honey, black wart root, and several red berries. There are berries behind the abandoned house south of Combe. The berries grow in patches. Black root is found near the Wolf Den in North Chetwood. Oh. Sometimes when you're in an instance like that, you cannot view them. You can't zoom out in the map. It's kind of weird. Okay. Need to get berries and black roots. Okay. So this is also a good example, another good tip. If you're running, so like right here, I'm highlighted on the map. If you're running and can't see the things you're supposed to be selecting, if you hit delete, it will highlight interactable environments, and then if you hit U, it will autopilot and gather. Now this is on a default setting, so like see it automatically highlights anything I can interact with in the area. That is a huge tip that I didn't know when I first played the game, because I spent a lot of time running around trying to find things. And yeah, I highly recommend if you're running around in the area you're supposed to be, just mash that delete button, and it will highlight things that you interact with. So. I love Lord of the Rings Online. I love the lore focus. I love how they treat the canon. They're very respectful of Tolkien canon. They stick within what we know, and where they make stuff up, it doesn't alter any canon of Tolkien. So I love that. I love the class system in this game. I love the primary character in Lord of the Rings Online, I believe, is the world. The world building, just being in the zone. So I'm doing it again, I'm just mashing delete, and right there, beehive, and I can interact and hit U, and then my character will autopilot and go grab it. Hit delete U. Alright, now we gotta go back over to the Chetwood to get Blackwort roots. So this is typical MMO questing, especially this came out in 2007, where you're going to be going back and forth several times. That's pretty standard MMO RPGs, especially old school ones. This is tab targeting, old school, like a World of Warcraft classic. I actually was a World of Warcraft player for many years, and totally got disenfranchised with the game, got fed up with the game. I did kind of quit in Mississippi Pandaria, but then I came back because World of Warcraft Legion was one of my favorite expansions of all time in that game. But then when Shadowlands came out, it absolutely broke my interest in the game. And I have never gone back since, and I'll take that back. I installed it to play Dragonflight because I saw they had a free-to-play system update. And I played Dragonflight for like maybe 20 minutes and was like, ugh. And did not like it. I think, so when I quit that game, I picked up Lord of the Rings Online, I picked up SWTOR, Star Wars The Old Republic, and I picked up ESO, Elder Scrolls Online. And I loved all three. And they were all free to play. I bought ESO, but it was really cheap, and there's so much content in ESO, it's crazy. And Star Wars The Old Republic is also free. So I went from paying a subscription in a game that I kind of hated, or grew to hate, and then I went to free-to-play games and loved them more, and invested no money in them. So, anyways, all that to say, I stuck with Lord of the Rings Online, because I'm a huge Tolkien fan, I love the books, and, yeah, the rest is history. I just fell in love with this game. This is by far my favorite MMORPG of all time. I can't believe I never played it in the past. I was just always playing other things. The game just works great. There is a monetization in the store, but it's not so aggressive as other games I've played. I really like it. It's mostly quality of life things like speed increases, newer premium classes, or the newest content. But the way you can earn points is by doing deeds in the game, and you earn Lotro points. So in theory, there is a way that you could play entirely for free and unlock in-game currency to purchase not the newest expansion, but to purchase like the second to newest expansion. And I love that system. I also have discovered as I get older in life and have a lot more responsibilities that gaming is definitely a lot lower in the tier of things I do. And so if I'm playing games that I've spent a lot of money on, it's like, nowadays you pay like $80 for a new game. It's crazy. And you're like, man, I really need to get my money's worth out of it. And so you really play it like a lot. But those kind of games, the newer ones that come out, there's like maybe 10 hours of campaign, maybe a bit more in the multiplayer, but then you're kind of done with it and you spent $80 and you're like, well, that's kind of lame. It's a lot of money. And then MMOs, modern MMOs, or games like that have like a subscription thing. If you have a subscription, it's like, well, I need to play my money's worth out of this month. So you play a lot.
For you?
Games like Lord of the Rings Online, you play when you want and when you have time. And if you can't play for a month, it's fine. You can come back in a month and you haven't spent money and the game's still there and it's amazing. I love that kind of game. Ah, you there. It will be just a moment and I will have the poison for you. Be careful with this. It'll not hurt you or even the little folk, except perhaps make us mildly ill. But the normal woodland creatures would suffer terribly if you don't use caution. You should return to Ellie and let her know the poison is ready. So I'm doing a series in the game where I'm going through all the deeds. So on my lore master, I go to a zone and I read the deeds, and the deeds are like you explore ruins, you explore key places, you find artifacts. It's really fascinating. So I've done a series, my Lore Master, where I went through all the zones in Moria. And so far that's been some of my favorite content, because I genuinely, personally enjoyed reading all of the extra lore that they wrote for Moria, because Moria is one of my favorite expansions in this game, but then one of my favorite kind of sci-fi fantasy places in general. You have the poison from Cartwell. I trust Cartwell now that we have the poison. We must be ready to strike at the Black Wolves in the Checkwood home.
Might I take a moment of your time?
If I'm to help ye, then you gotta trust me. We need to deal with the wolves and their keeper, Jagged Jack. Jack spends his time talking to those strange, dark-skinned men within the ruins occupied by the Black Wolves. Find him and kill him, else he'll keep breeding his wolves with the Ward. While you see Jack of the camp, look for the corpses of the dead beasts. Sheep, cattle, even deer. While you deal with Jack and the wolves, I'll talk to Skunkwood and others about a new recruit I found. And I'll be able to get you into Skunkwood's hideout. So we're gonna go kill the leader of this wolf gang. Wolfgang Mozart. And then I think eventually this quest ends with us going into the Black Wolf hideout, and I think we... Oh yeah, I need to equip this axe, because it's much better than what we have. Oh, and it's +3 might. So on a... Oh yeah, I also upgraded my cosmic outfits. So if you hit C on your keyboard, go to your equipment panel, you can hover this around. That's another thing I love about Lord of the Rings Online. The UI is so intuitive and customizable. And over here on the right, you have a whole cosmetic. This is how you can wear whatever you want. So this is gear that I got from, I think, on my hunter. And I thought, keeping in line with animals and changing into bear form, I can wear this. This is, I don't know why I have a shield. Yornings can't use shields. This is part of my Gondorian Ranger outfit that I got on my hunter, and I can equip that here. I thought it would look kind of neat. And this, I love this one because the Bjorning is super tall. This guy looks like a man warrior from the First Age, like during the War of the Alliance and Men. Like, you know that opening scene in Fellowship of the Ring? This is what this guy looks like. This guy looks like just super epic. So I can actually, if you go to that and you hit right click, you can actually wear the cosmetic gear. Look at that. Look how boss I look. My captain in Lord of the Rings Online, he has gear that makes him look like a guard of the White Tree in Return of the King movie. I love that cosmetic gear. It's so epic. You know, coming from Warcraft, like the transmogrification system is how you would, like, you know, wear gear that you wanted, but you couldn't dye it. And literally, if you go into that outfit panel, you can apply dyes to gear. Actually, you have to apply it in your bag, and then you can upload it. So if I wanted to make this guy all like red, I could make him red. And so I even think the cosmetic system in Lord of the Rings Online is superior to other ones I've played. I love the art style, I love the music, I love all the systems in the game. There's only one system in the game that I'm not fond of, and that is the War Steed. But that doesn't really come into play until you get into Rohan. So, and I might end up liking it eventually, I don't know. But other games I play, there's so many systems that I'm like super frustrated with. They're confusing, or they're just behind paywalls, and it's like, eh. No thank you, sir. I've never had that experience with Lord of the Rings Online. I cannot... Oh, this is the deed panel, if you're not familiar. So the ruins of Bree-land. So if I find all of these locations, I get 5 Lotro points, 30 marks, which is stuff you can use in the skirmish camps, 20 virtue experience. And virtues are really important. They're like a substat if you go to this panel. And these are all virtues you need to earn. And you will do that by doing the deeds. So I will need to do some deeds, but I'm probably not going to do the exhaustive amount on this character. I'm doing that on another character just for the sake of content. What was it? Jagged Jack is what I'm looking for. Also, on a Bjorning, I have Hearten, which throws a heal on myself. So the Bjorning is able to basically survive everything you need. The Bjorning is a fantastic class. That's why I chose him. Sometimes when you're soloing, you'll have to do epic quests, and it gets a little difficult. I just played my Runekeeper through Angmar, and I had to fight kind of the end boss of the zone. And a Runekeeper isn't a fantastic class that can self-heal and does amazing damage. And I struggled quite a bit on that Runekeeper. Okay, we need to defeat Jagged Jack, but these are all poachers. Poison wolf sources. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need to poison these carcasses. And then Jagged Jack is here somewhere. What kind of a name is Jagged Jack? That sounds like a biker gang, dude, you know? That makes me think... I'm also a big fan of Fallout. And I'm pretty sure there's a character in Fallout 1 called Jagged Jimmy J or something like that. It makes me think of that. You gotta poison these slaughtered sheep so it will kill off this pack of wolves that they've bred. It's like a half warg. You know, probably the only, not the only, that's not correct. But, you know, a criticism that is correct in Lord of the Rings Online is the model assets do look very dated. You know, but you gotta think this was made in 2007. So this has been... I'm recording this video in 2006, or 2026. So that's been 20... It's been 19 years, right? That's a long time for a game to keep going, and they're making new content every year. That's impressive, dude. We do have a deed for Blackwood Poulters, so we'll go ahead and kill more of these and see how you monitor this. You can hover over the NPC, and I need to kill one more, and then I'll get a panel. The reason I point this out is I didn't understand the deed system for quite a while when I played this game originally. And the deed system, I kind of ignored it on my first character. And unfortunately, you really don't want to ignore it because you get Lotro points through this system. And if I go back to my virtue, I got points in my virtue. Angmarian Warrior. There's Jagged Jack. Look at him, he's so jagged. So you want to do the deeds. It'll make your character stronger. You'll get in-game currencies. Unfortunately, that is the grindy part of the game, I will say. We're going to use our milestone to go back to Combe. We want to make these episodes about 30 minutes, and it's been about 20. So let's see if we have another quest. I think we'll go to the hideout after this. Oh, it's daytime back in Combe. That's nice. Isn't the music really nice? Alright, we're back at Ellie Cutleaf's house. If you've been to those ruins, then you know about the evil spreading through the Blackwolds. I was able to meet with Skunkwood. Though he is talking to one of them strange men, he mentioned someone named Amdir. Skunkwood said he would meet you, but you'll need to be quiet. Once Jagger's death is discovered, Skunkwood will become suspicious. Now, let's grab the heavy armor.
Could I speak with you a moment?
You've done all that we've asked of you, and done a good job of it too. So I suppose it's time to show you where to find Skunkwood. He's second under Again, one of the old strange men that I mentioned. Skunkwood handed the Blackwoods over to them a short time ago. That's when bad changes started taking place around here. Skunkwoods used me and a lot of other good folk here in Combe. Everything you've seen so far in the Chetwood should prove that to you. We've risked a lot at a chance to stop the Blackwolves once and for all. It is time we finish this. The hideout is located at the foot of Staddle Falls, at the northwest end of Staddle Pond. You'll be welcomed inside. Maybe you'd best go talk to that fellow when you're working first, though. Alright, so talk to Torridon. That is the ranger back in the inn. And let's see what we get. We got boots that are quite a bit better. They look terrible though. I think cosmetically we might. Let's see. Alright, he was back up here, right? Torridon. At the end of the hall up the stairs.
What can I do for you?
You have returned with the news of the Blackwood leaders. You have done well. Now is the time to move against Skunkwood and Eogan. You should make your way to this hideout of theirs and speak to Skunkwood once there. Tell him you heard a rumor about the prisoner they took from Archet, and I would like to see if the tales about him are true. Once you make your way to Amdir, free him and make your escape. I will follow you to the hideout and aid you. Hurry now. Into the Blackwold hideout. Okay. So that's over by Staddle, which is just west of Bree. Which should be right down the road from here. Yeah. But we'll go this way. And we might end the episode before we head into the hideout, because I'm pretty sure that's an instant quest, and that might take some time. But let's get over to the hideout and find it.
To the hideout of the brigand Skunkwood, but to what end is unknown.
What can I do for you?
The Blackwood guard stares up at you from beneath a furrowed brow. He spits onto the ground and studies your face for a few seconds before giving you a weary smile. You must be the new blood. You'll find Skunkwood in the back. So in this series, we're just going to play through a majority of the game. Why are you even here? We could be the rest of the Blackwolves at camp. Focusing on the main quests and the epic quests, but occasionally side quests. Apples, apples, apples. I need some meat. What? Talk to William Skunkwood. There's a skeleton there. Blackwood Knave. Look at that.
Why are you bothering me?
Ah, so you're the one I've heard so much about from Ellie. We lost a lot of good men in Archet, and I'll be glad to have you in the fold. You say you've heard about the Ranger. I have to tell you, what is happening to that fellow is plain unnatural. Eogan tells me he'd be a great boon to us, but for now, he's a raving madman. I don't mind letting you take a peek at him. He's down in the dungeon at the far end of the cavern. My guard will be there. Let you pass. Wow, that's cool. That waterfall in that background might be the screenshot, the thumbnail for the episode. All right. Skunkwood says it's alright, it'll be fine. Be careful though, that Amdeer's a dangerous one. How'd they get a dungeon in here? The eye, the eye. Back, foul creature. Who are you? Who?
The voice, it will not stop.
The wound, it is so cold. The voice speaks to me, commands me, tells me things, tells me the end of all things, the beginning of new things. It calls to me. I must do what it says. I must follow, serve the Dark Lord. Oh. Escape I must. Speak with the old prisoner.
Your coming is a boon, young one.
Thank you for coming to save me, young one. I have been held captive here for a long time, and I have seen many things. And if you would be so kind to help me out of this dungeon, I would be able to tell you a bit of what happened to your friend Amdeer. Now, this is the quest. This is the reason I didn't want to continue that one episode, because this is a what they call escort quest, where I have to follow her and keep her from dying. And these kind of quests take forever, especially in an old MMORPG where the pathing of the NPC can be interrupted and they have to repeat. All right, we're gonna make sure we don't have any traits. Nothing really to do here. Eventually, we'll be able to make our own bread on a Bjorning, which is immensely helpful. Oh, did they kill these people? That's pretty grim. That whatever that music is that ambient or music? That's the music. That is obnoxious, though. My goodness. I mean, it's eerie. It's supposed to be eerie. I didn't kill this ruffian. Help Sarah Oakhart out of the cave. There's blood on that barrel. So I guess Amdeer killed some of these people? Or are they asleep? Stop them. They released the prisoner. Oh, was she just asleep on the ground? What? What? Who does that, yo? Alright. Can we go a little faster? So being a Bjorning, I can make my own bread. Excuse me, which is super helpful. Change in and out of bear form, which is super helpful. Lots of beneficial things. Do I need to kill this? So we'll play through the main quest. Eventually, this searching for Amdeer will meet up with Strider and Bree. Then we'll help Fellowship escape, and then we kind of travel. After we level up, we'll travel after the Fellowship into the Lone Lands, and the Lone Lands is one of my favorite zones. Looking forward to that. Then I think after you do the Lone Lands, and then you go and do a little bit of North Downs. Then you go back and finish the Lone Lands, and then you come back to the North Downs. And then when you're done with the North Downs, I think you go to the Troll Shaws. So that's the general idea. See, I plan on playing this series, but I'm not in a hurry, because I think Lord of the Rings Online is just excellent, and I love the quests. This is probably the worst quest in the game, to be honest with you, just because of the slow pace of Sarah Oakenhart. Oakhart? Yeah, it's not Oaken. There's a chest. The chest. They put it in. Can I attack these people? Nope. So Sarah Oakenheart is actually a pretty major villain later on in the game. My stick, I would be lost without it. I don't really need to even change it to man form because they're dying pretty quickly. We might edit this just because this is pretty boring. But if you're new to the channel, I play Lord of the Rings online. I do the main quests. I like to read all the quest text because it's not... Most of the game is not voice acted. And so I like to try and voice act it myself. He has pretty cool armor, I must say. And I do lore videos in Lord of the Rings online, and class guides, and the deed system, and I do some ASMR. Kill them. Alright. So the Bjorning is probably one of the best solo classes in the game. Very survivable, has healing, has movement speed, can make its own food. And it's really fun, actually, changing in and out. Oh, that guy died super fast. Of course, they're inspired by Bjorn from the Hobbit books. So yeah, one of my series I do is I go through the deed log book, these things here, and I read all the quest text. So if you go to Ador, like Ruins of Bree, I go through and find all of these locations on that character and read all of it. So that's really fun series I like to do. And like class guides on like rotations and how to play each class in the game. Mostly what I do though is wherever a character is, I like to, at the beginning of a region, which is the zone in Lord of the Rings Online, I like to play the main quest line of that zone. So I have a character in Mordor right now, I have a character in the Legacy of Morgoth right now, which is one of the last expansions made. I have a character in Evendim, I have a character in Enenwaith, and this character is in Bree-land. So I like to play through the main quests. It's a lot of fun. Oh, there's Amdir. The Morgul Blade, the voice, the eye. I'm sorry, my friend, but I must end this. End this? Kill me. This is compassion of the Dunedain. The voice told the truth. I shall end you, Torrigan. And every other ranger as well.
It is too late for me.
Tordan coughs up blood and Amdir is beyond saving now. You must warn my kindred. Mundul is in the mustering cave of the Rangers. Help him. Go to Underhill. Ask him if Tangarush delivered my message. I'm not much of a ranger if he just...
Oh dear, how terrible.
Goodness me, what a terrible sight of these old eyes. The blade that stung Amdir has done its work, and I fear he is nothing more than a servant of the enemy now. You should try to stop him if you can. And don't worry about me. Now that I'm free of that awful cell, I'll be fine. And I got my stick back. I don't know what I will done without it. Talk to Constable Underhill. So that's back at Combe. And my milestone is not completely on cooldown yet. Staddle Falls. So we'll head back that way. If I go over that river, it will dismount me. So we're going to come over here to the right. I am a prospector, metalsmith, and jewel crafter on this character. I haven't leveled up yet. I think when we go back into Bree, we will do that. Our crafting abilities. And the idea behind that is I will be able to make myself heavy armor basically everything on the right of my panel here, and then with jewel crafting I will be able to make all the crafting of the jewels, fill out all of the things on the left. So I can be pretty well kitted out my whole playthrough of this series with those professions in mind. And the cool thing is prospecting provides materials for metalsmithing and jewel crafting. So you can really kill two birds with one stone. Oh, Constable Underhill, he's up here.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Torridan, slain by Amdir. How was that possible? Seek out Constable. Tangle Rush immediately. If Torridan's warning does not reach his kin, who is to know what devilry will ensue?
Could I take a moment of your time?
Chasing Amdir. Poor Torridan, if your words are true, his kinsmen are in great danger. This Mundul he spoke of before he passed must be warned. I don't know exactly where the mustering cave is. If Torridan warned Constable Tangle Rush, and Tangle Rush must know its location. Tangle Rush is Constable in Staddle. Down the road south of Combe, you will likely find her loitering about center. I like how the quest lines in Lord of the Rings Online just, you know, it provides you those reasons to go to the next area. I think that's pretty cool. I forgot we picked up a bunch of gear last episode. Yeah. Now our gear is starting to look pretty bad, so I think what we will do is we might wear some of this other cosmetic gear that I got. I like this one a lot. Yeah, that one's cool. I like this one. I really like this one. This one makes me feel like a man of the first age. It looks really sweet. Okay, we're gonna make our millstone. Is there a millstone here? There's Constable Tangle Rush.
How can I be of service?
Oh there, what causes you to be running around like that? Torridan is dead. That can't be. I saw him not too long ago. He had me deliver a message to the Kingsmen in the cave across the Midgewater marshes. When I went to deliver the message, I found the cave empty. I'm on duty now, and I'd make the journey across the marshes myself. Maybe you go instead. Follow the road to Staddle east of the slope leading into the marshes. Cross the strait through, but be careful. The Midgewater marshes have been a dangerous place of late. Do your best to steer clear of the Marshwater Fort, heart of the marshes. The cave is set at the foot of the tall hill near the entrance of Midgewater Pass. See, this armor looks really cool. We're gonna grab these other side quests.
Might I take a moment?
The folk of
your
Staddle
time?
provide much of Bree-land with fresh farm-grown food. Let's see. Recently, there's been an increase of the wildlife outside Staddle. If we don't do something, one of the wild folk is bound to be... Little folk is bound to be attacked. So we need to kill boar. Because the farmers are getting attacked by boar.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Gamey Boggs. One of the older hobbits here in Staddle keeps tabs on all the hobbits of the farms east of the town center. If you find yourself on the road, look east to the north. Okay, talk to Gamey Boggs.
Would you do something
Scouting
for
the
me?
marshes. I'm glad to see you. These goblets of the Midwater marshes, or so it has been told. As is the case, we need to know how many we're dealing with. There are two sets of ruins in the southern expanse of the marshes. I would ask you to go to these ruins and defeat the goblins. Okay. Two chieftains.
Could I speak with you a moment?
We might be close to dealing with the goblins a decisive blow brawl. The only thing keeping me from fighting amongst themselves are their loyalty to the two chieftains rumored to lead them, Gerstaz and Gerzrum. If you were to slay these two chieftains, I think the goblins would fall, squabbling among themselves. Such squabbling will leave them unable to mount an attack on Staddle.
Would you do something for me?
Everyone is talking about the goblins these days, but I am worried about something other than goblins. The sound of the Knickerbreakers and the Midgewater marshes have gotten so much louder recently. There are many more of them, and they used to be, they're more than there used to be. I am sure of it. I am afraid that Before long, they will move out of the marshes and descend upon the town. Okay, we need to kill goblin chieftains, goblins,
Might I
bristle
trouble you for
boars,
some help?
Knickerbreakers. Ailing hound. Oh, are you there? Do you know anything about dogs? Gar here has been feeling poorly since yesterday, and he won't eat a bite. I fetched him some fresh water from the well, and he just turns away. Maybe you could help me. Eldo Swammidge knows a fair bit about animals. He might have an idea of what's wrong with Gar. He lives quite a bit east of town, almost on the edge of the Widgewater Marsh. I don't think that Gar would be up for the walk. Just take the road east of town to the widow Froghorn's farm. So we need to find that guy some help. And a message
Could I take a
for
moment
a
of your
constable. I've noticed my pipeweed field is is rather less robust than it should be. At first, I suspected animals had gotten into it. We have some troubles with wolves ranging too close to the town recently, but I don't think that is the answer. What would wolves have to do with pipeweed? I think the Blackwood brigands are to blame, Brawl. Men have had a taste for pipeweed ever since we taught them the craft, and now I fear the villains have been sneaking about in the dark, pinching some of my most promising crops. Okay, so we need to bring a letter to the constable. So this is all quests for the Midgewater Marshes. I'm going to check again. There's not a travel point. And there's not a milestone. I thought there was. Apparently not. Okay. So, the main quest here is prologue chasing Amdir and talk to Mundul. So let's look. Where is that? We might go all the way through and do that. And then end the episode, and we might do these side quests after that. Right, so doing the prologue quest, we gotta go across the Midgewater Marshes here and find the ranger hideout. And while we do that, we're going to kill Knickerbreakers for the quest. We need to kill 4 of them. 4 more. Oh, they can burrow, apparently. Alright, we made it across the Midgewater Marshes. There's a copper deposit right here. Nothing really to see. I just killed some Knickerbreakers. And we might do some of these other quests. But it didn't take me long to get over here. There's an exploration deed to find some ruins in this marsh, but I kind of want to stick with the main quest because we need to find Mundul right after Thordan was killed by Amdir. This is the mustering cave for the Dudendane. Oh. Why are all the rangers getting killed? Delay not, it is too late for me. Amdir arrived ahead of you. He must be stopped. The 9 must not take him. Please, there is but one last of my kin in the Midgewater Marshes. Bree-land, his name. A young scholar of my kind. He is not here when Amdar came, and may yet be alive. Go quickly. He had gone to study the ruins of the old marsh fort in the center of the marshes. You must tell him, warn him to beware Amdir's scream. Okay. That's not good. So now we need to find the remaining ranger in the area, and the prologue, the main quest, is to a ranger's aid into the ruins of the old marsh water fort. So we are in the Midgewater Marsh in Bree-land, and we're going to continue with our main quest. While we're here, we're going to head a little south, and we're going to kill a bunch of goblins. because we're gonna do the side quests that go along, that are in the vicinity of the main quest, essentially. So I think we want to achieve in this playthrough a couple things. The main quest, the overarching big story, explore the world, and take our time and not have a rush. We're not trying to rush to the end game. We are just enjoying what Lord of the Rings Online has to offer. So I like that metric because we're not trying to 100% everything. We're not trying to do every single deed, every single quest. So like if I pick up quests that want me to go back to areas I've already been, I will probably skip those. That kind of thing. But pick up quests that and for areas that I haven't seen yet, I will pick those up. That's the idea. Next time we go into Bree, I need to craft a bunch. I have updated some of my cosmetic gear, so we will need to do some of that. Alright, there's a door here, I believe. On the back. Or the Marsh Queen. Ooh, we're gonna throw a heal on ourselves. Got a bear form. So we applied the bleed and the exposed weakness on that queen, and now we're just gonna thrash them down with bear form. So that's the general rotation on a Bjorning red line, at least. Works really well. You can see I'm losing health, so I'm going to hop back to man, reapply my debuffs. Later on we'll get a cleanse, but see, I'm full health again. So you throw heals and cleanses.
Quickly falling into the shadows of the Wraith world, has slain 2 of his brethren already, and seeks the blood of a 3rd.
Renalind.
What can I do for you?
Tordan and Mundul have both perished. This is almost beyond belief. I was sent here to keep watch after the Nazgul drove us from the Shire, but now it appears my watch has been for naught. We must go at once to Chieftain for my kindred. The Bree-men call him Strider. There is a quicker path than the one you took back to safety of Bree. Follow me, I will lead you through the caves beneath the marshes. Oh, maybe we should have done the other quests. This way, hurry. We might have to come back and do those goblin quests. I didn't realize this one would take us back to Bree. Did the water stifle these flames? Yeah, I don't know if I ever did. I don't think I've done this quest where we go under the tunnel system. That's kind of interesting. And if I have, I don't remember it. My first playthrough in Lord of the Rings Online, I didn't understand what quests were the main quests and what were not. They will say prologue, chapter, or epics. Those are the ones you want to do. And then my second playthrough, my second and third playthrough, I did Swanfleet and Cardolan, so I skipped all of this stuff entirely. So when you get done with Cardolan, you basically can play the end of the Lonelands and the end of the North Downs. And then you go to the Trollshaws. So you skip Bree-land altogether if you do those other intros. I think the story in Bree-land is better. But I think the starting zone of Swanfleet is a better starting zone. But not that Bree's bad. Bree's still fun. I need to go through and play Erdluin again. I've done the starter zone for the dwarfs, but I haven't played through all of the Erdluin quests. I'd like to revisit that. Let me see. This darkness before us. Dear. Here. Dear my friend, I know it is not really you that does these things. I'm not what you once believed. Yes, you are. You're gonna get stabbed again. Let me help you. Never. All of these rangers. No. Moron will deal with you. Whoa. For a spider. Moron. Dang, dude. It's all... He'd like ketchup and mustard spider, this guy. This guy gonna die too?
What do you need?
Emdur is running free. Go at once. Find Strider and Bree. He is my chieftain, and should be made aware of all of this. Happen to talk to Barleyman Butterbur, the prancing pony. He will know where Aragorn is. Take the door from the room, and you will find yourself on the western edge of the Midgewater Marshes. Go west from there, and then the south along the road to Bree. Dude. All of these rangers.
Saruman's treachery has delayed me too long. I can only hope that Frodo and Sam have left the Shire. Without my aid, their road will be a perilous one. Frodo must rely upon the Rangers and your prowess to see him to the end.
Oh, so I just realized what I've done. When I played the first time in Lord of the Rings Online, my first character was an elf, so that was Irid Luin. And they have their own starting area and their own sort of epic quest that gets you to Bree, and that's the cutscene that you see, where you are basically helping Aragorn and the Rangers. And then, this is the exit to that tunnel. And then, my second character, I was a dwarf, and it's very similar to the starting zone of the elves. And then when I played a man, I did Swanfleet. So I've actually never played this whole epic prologue quest line because I've never been in the Bree area at this level. And then I'm trying to think. I think I played a Hobbit where I went through the old forest, or somebody I went through the old forest. I went that way. So these are all the original quests in the game, and it seems like it's well designed where you theoretically can come to the chapter quest where you meet Aragorn and the Prancing Pony, and you talk to Barleyman Butterbur several different ways. So that's really neat. I'm gonna grab as much copper as I can, and then when I get back into Bree, I'm gonna craft all this. And then we are going to work on... We probably... See, yeah, we're already level 11. We probably can get into the next tier and craft ourselves gear after... we can probably craft ourselves journeyman gear. I think it's level 15, I want to say. So we could probably get to that point. We're going to run down here and kill all these goblins in this ruin down this way. Down yonder. And then we'll meet up in Bree. So eventually our racial abilities will enable us to return to Bjorningus. So that'll be really nice. Oh my. Back to man form. Throw a heal. There we go. So as we progress, we will get more travel abilities. So right now we just have a millstone. You can purchase them in the store, but maybe in this episode I will show you a hack or a shortcut by going to the Etten Moors. You can get a 20-second cooldown milestone ability where you can get to South Bree in like under a minute from anywhere in the world. It's super, super, super helpful. And this is on a free-to-play account without purchasing anything in the Lotro store. I'm not opposed to purchasing in the Lotro store. I think the Lotro points in the Lotro store system is actually very good. but in general, I tend to be very frugal. So I always like to do things on the free. Or intelligently, at least. Alright, so we're going to finish up these goblins. Then we'll head back to Bree. I think we're going to do that. We'll head to Bree. We might millstone to Combe. Quick travel to South Bree. Then while we're at South Bree, we might do that Ittenmores thing where I get the travel ability, and I'll explain all of that. Then we might craft, and then in the next episode, talk to Barlaman Butterbur. Maybe we'll, since this is the Two Rangers Aid, maybe we'll talk to him and end the episode. Alright, so let's do the... we need to defeat the chieftains of the goblins. Where are the chieftains? Oh. You want to be careful with the guys that drop fire. Because they do... If you stay in the fire, it'll kill you. Oh, they're just a scout. So where's the chieftains at? Ah, Gurztaz. Razmataz. Then we need to kill Gurzrum. Then we need to kill... Where are the bristle boars? They're back over there at South Bree. We might also do that. Oh, there's a ton of quests right here. Oh. Let's see what these quests are about. We got more rangers. As I feared, Brawl, the goblins have already spread so far throughout the Midgewater marshes they intend to stay. If it were not for the spider infestation of the ruins of the northern stretch of the marshes, I would expect the goblins to seize those as well. The increasing number of goblins in the Midgewater marshes troubles me. True, but I have even more concern about the weapons that they appear to be wielding. Swords and axes are bad enough, but the strange oil some of these goblins carry is likely to do great damage. I'm not thinking only of farms and crops of Staddle, though the threat of fire and food to pipeweed is immense. So defeat Midgewater sappers. Those are the guys with the fire bombs.
Hello, friend. Could you help me with something?
So collect sicklefly wings.
What do you need?
It'll be a while before the Niggerbigger population again grows and stuff.
Would you do something for me?
Defeat. The Midgewater has dangerous creatures, as you've seen. Okay, so we need to defeat spiders. And then if we left click, it's a one-handed axe and a light helm. And neither of those things are great for us. And that axe looks terrible. So we'll pick it up. Let's see how this goes. It's a sapper. So you want them to drop their bombs. You can do that by a taunt or ranged ability. I have neither right now. But if you range ability, hit them, or taunt from a distance, they'll drop their firebomb right where they stand and not throw it on you. So that is the best way to deal with those guys. This guy pulled the whole goblin camp. But that's alright with me. Is he a warden? Yeah, he's a warden. Wardens are really cool. I wish I was better at warden. I think it's, in principle, warden is really, really neat. I don't know. It's like I don't have the best internet. And sometimes I really wonder if that has a lot to do with it. Because, like, I understand the class on a concept. And I understand how it works. and I understand what I need to be doing, but it just the way Lord of the Rings Online works and the way the gambits work together, they just never seem to like come together in a way that is beneficial. So, okay, where's the chieftain? It says he's right here. Guzrum. I'm looking for Guzrum. But I came here earlier, and I didn't see a Guzrum. He'll be a named NPC. And I thought he'd be at the top of the hill, but he's not. Let me take a second look around. He might be an NPC that patrols. No. No. Ah, Gluzrum right there. Okay, so I bet people have been killing him as I came here. Alright, expose weakness, and then to bear form, and then thrash. Any class at this level is going to be a pretty consistent rotation. You're going to be doing the same things over and over again. Let's turn in the quest for the chieftains. Let's see. We got to kill spiders. We got to kill... Did we get the sappers? I think we didn't finish the sappers yet. Chieftains. Yeah, 2 more sappers. Guess I'm not being super efficient with this. I should have finished that sapper thing before. We'll go ahead and do that. We only need 1 more. I think we will skip the bristle boars. I don't see any more sappers. Warrior, sapper. Can I jump over this? Nope. Okay, so let's get the goblins. Let's turn these quests in, and then we'll head back north towards Bree, killing spiders and such, and trying to finish that quest up. The issue is side quests. They are getting us reputation for the men of Bree. We might, I can't remember, we might be able to get a travel milestone to Bree, which would be well worth it for us to do that. But other than that, we don't really need it for experience. We don't really need it for gear. And if I complete these quests, I don't want to have to run all the way back down to this corner area to turn these in. This is where I think I'll make the judgment of moving on. Because if I was trying to do a 100% playthrough and I was trying to get all the deeds, I would do all the quests. But I'm not doing that. I don't need Nika Breakers. I don't need burrowers. I need the sickle flies and spiders. I have a higher leveled Bjorning, and he's almost max level, but I'm working on him getting all the cosmetic gear for the Bjornings, because I think it looks great, and my goal is to put it on this guy. Just because I think that gear looks pretty sweet. I say I gotta go back. Decisions, because I think I need to do the spider quest and then go back to that camp, turn those in, and then get back to Bree. But it's not all that riveting, so I might do an edit and come back to that. Alright, we finished those other side quests. Now we're heading back to Staddle. Let's see, we have a bunch of quests to turn in, and I got a bunch of... I unlocked a racial ability slot, but I need to unlock one of these. So it's something to keep an eye on if you haven't done this before.
Please.
The racial
sorrow.
abilities are really, really helpful. So like this one, Bjorning Club Axe bonus, plus 5% damage. That's huge. The one I'm really looking at is Bake Honey Cake, which I can make myself food, which gives me great buffs. And then Return to Grimbjorn's Lodge. Those are the three I really want to target in this playthrough. Because if I can travel to Grimbjorn's Lodge, I can traverse the world a lot faster. Okay, we're going to return all these quests while we're in the Staddle area.
Good day.
Then we'll go to Bree and we'll talk to Barlaman Butterbur. That's that prologue quest.
Hello there. Good day. Might I have
We're
a
going to
word
skip
with
that
you?
one. Alright, there's a ton of copper in this area.
Just a moment. Could I take a moment of your time?
We're going to grab some of this copper while we're here. Then go to Staddle and then backtrack to Bree. Alright, so we can look at our talent tree here. Okay, so I really want to do Serrated Edge. Biting Edge becomes a single target skill, but has a bleed over a duration. Additional ranks increase. So we're going to pick up that. Could do increase the damage of Weakening Blow. We could also do increased Bjorning damage. After... excuse me. Or Lumber. We could do after using Rush in bear form, your next attack will knock down your target. Huh. That sounds fun. The question is, what's more... maybe we put 2 points into bleed damage. Biting Edge. Serrated Edge. Yeah, that was what was that, plus 50? Yeah, 0.2 is plus 50. And then a third point is plus 100% damage in Serrated Edge, that's pretty good.
What do you need?
Okay, and again, we'll get this ring, but if you control left click, you can see what these cloaks will look like. And just your standard green. Now we could
Might
dye
I take
that.
a moment of your time?
We're gonna drop that quest. These are the side quests. This is where I'm gonna make that decision to just move along. There's another one I'm seeing here, though, that I need to turn in. What is that one? Ah. Guard the dog.
I'm sorry. My thoughts were elsewhere.
Okay. We also need to sell a bunch of stuff.
May I speak with you?
Alright, we're gonna head into Bree. We're gonna go to the South Bree. Let's go South Bree. I want to show... Okay. Now let's talk to Barlaman Butterbur, and then we'll end the episode here when we talk to him. In the next episode, I want to show how you can go to the Entmoors and get basically a free travel point that has like a 20-second cooldown, and we'll maybe do some crafting in the next episode as well. So the prancing ponies up this way. That boar fountain is where you can do the motes of enchantment. You can use that guy to get gear. But that's not real helpful to us. We're gonna get our millstone right here, because we'll probably have to come back here. A lot of players around right now. Alright, here's Barlaman Butterbur. Well now, What is it I can do for you today? Same thing, we can look. We can't use swords. And those shoulder pads don't look great. We could always put the sword on a different character, so we'll grab the sword. Alright, and then we have forward unwanted guest for our next prologue major quest. So, many people are coming and going these days. There's one guest, though, that I'd rather go without, but coin keeps her room and he comes with coin enough to pay a bill. Brooding Sort likes the darker corners of the inn, speaks to none. Most people are a bit afeard of his ilk. Barlowman lowers his voice. He's one of them rangers. He calls himself Strider. From the common room, turn left down the hall. Keep on until you can go to the right. Follow straight down the hall until you set foot on the stair. Alright, we're going to talk to Strider. And in this episode, I want to show how you can get a travel point from the Entenmoors, which greatly increases your speed in traversing the world. Then I want to do a little bit of crafting. Alright.
Your tidings are grim.
Though he goes by the name Strider, this man you were directed to find, Aragorn, introduces yourself and delivers Radagast's message of warning. Come a long way to bring me this message.
There is little time to waste.
Unraveling, so now we are in Book 1, Chapter 1, Unraveling the Thread. I'm glad to meet you, Brawl, and I thank you for the message from Radagast. I have seen very few of your people on this side of the mountains, but it is good that Grim Bjorn has chosen to become involved. This shadow concerns him as well as it concerns us all. Sadly, your message is not a surprise to me. 9 riders are abroad, and evil dwarfs work with them. My friend Amdir has been taken by the shadow, and I fear he will become a wraith, lost forever. To the east of Bree, there is a black old camp, which men have been watching closely. If you are willing, that is where we must go. So to end Amdir's life before the process is complete. We will wait for nightfall, and then we will make our move against the Black Wolds. Okay, this will be a travel quest.
Are you ready to leave?
And you remember our first episode, this is a Bjorning, so we were in our home in the Vales of Anduin, and Radagast the Wizard tasked us with traveling over the Misty Mountains to Bree to bring a message that the 9 are abroad. So that all coincides nicely.
Strider and the Rangers pursue their fallen brother Amdir to the Blackwolds camp, but not all is as it seems.
Can you feel the chair in the air? It's so unnatural cold, but the chill of fear of evil, I doubt that on Amdir.
There is evil afoot.
Great evil. It's time for us to act. Thorain, take Brawl with you and head to the main gate. Ling, Gwyn, and I shall go for another. Yes, sir. Good, Ling, Gwyn, let's go. Len Gwyn. Oh, he was looking at a map. Wait, talk to Strider. We did talk to Strider.
Are you ready?
Let's go. We must find Amdir. Wait, someone is coming. Let us see who it is. Brigands, get him. Alright, now we have Serrated Edge. We're going to do really good bleed damage. And Serrated Edge also applies to multiple targets, so that's going to be well in our favor. I really like the model of the Bjorning because he's like 2 feet taller than a regular man model. I don't think Slam does that much. You can put points into it, but it just doesn't seem like it's a really good ability. Why'd those guys run out? I feel like the combat volume is much louder in this instance for some reason. It's kind of odd. Are you coming, Thorn? Torthane. What you doing there, bud? The NBC pathing is so weird sometimes. This sword's pretty cool looking. Alright. If you are new to the channel, I play a lot of Lord of the Rings online. I like to play older content. I like to play newer content. I do class guides, lore videos in the deed system. I do some ASMR content and Lord of the Rings online exploring. So, Lord of the Rings Online is my favorite MMORPG. So yeah, I have a character on every class in the game. So I like to talk about how I like to play the classes.
Silently now. Darkness approaches.
And in this series, we're going to focus on the main quest, going all the way through the entirety of the game. But sometimes we will do side quests, and other times we'll just skip them. But the primary focus is the main overarching quest. The main quests, the epics, the chapters, and the book quests have the most interesting story and lore, so that's why we're going to focus on those. Skorgrim. This is kind of the villain in the dwarf starter zone. What do you want with me? I don't know anything. Blackwalled informant. Now to deal with you, Ranger. Oh, he raised a Barrow-white. That's kind of messed up. Yeah, he's doing, his rats are doing some damage. Oops. Okay. I fear that foul dwarf is at the end. The greatest evil may be behind the gate. Rest now. We'll need our strength. Who is that dwarf and what power does he command? The whites. The Blackwalds were in terror of that creature. Yeah, so in the dwarf and elf starter zone, you find that that dwarf leader was raised into a dwarf Barrow-white. Emdir is our servant of the Great Eye. Now, Emdir, take on the robes of the Cargul of the Forsworn. The fools are too late. Amdir's change is now. Come, brethren, we must leave. Now's the time for such a fight. We leave Amdir and these fools in your care. Eogon. Alright, so we will expose weakness and then go into bear form.
It's a sorry day.
And we killed him. Okay.
It's a sorry day.
He's not really saying anything.
The Nazgul have crossed the Eisen and are heading for the Shire. The hobbits must be quick-footed enough to escape the wrath of the Nine. And we can only hope that Frodo slips through the traps of the enemy.
Alright, so that was the travel.
Alas for Amdir.
It grieves my heart that the enemy was able to turn Amdir. Thus, he was my friend and kinsman. My people will remember him as the man he once was, good and noble. It troubles me that the Nazgul have crossed the river and have moved into Bree-land at just this time. There are events in motion which determine the fate of Middle-earth. If you are able and willing, I may have another task for you. So left click, or control left click, and we can look at the robe. That looks pretty nice. We'll grab the cloak.
I have a task for you.
So then we have Book 1, Chapter 2, To a Constable's Aid. I'm curious to know the dwarf you encounter at the Blackwolds camp. Dwarfs are by nature honorable and cannot be dominated by the will of any. Why is this one would serve the enemy I cannot say. Worse yet is the appearance of the Nazgul. I must go to the east road. I am expecting some travelers. Would you travel to Combe and speak to Constable Underhill? They're named Underhill. You may know him already. Stout little fellow who loiters about town center. He may suggest to Underhill that he investigate the Blackwolds' old hideout. When it is done, return here and report. If perchance I am not here, assume the worst.
What road did you take, Frodo? The ringwraiths ride openly in the Shire, but there are places which are even more terrible and dangerous. If you choose the path I fear, search for the light in the darkness.
So that cutscene is kind of the backstory of the Hobbit playthrough, where you go through the old forest, and Frodo, Sam, Pippin, and Merry get captured by a Barrow-wight, and Tom Bombadil rescues them. So that's kind of what that cutscene was foreshadowing.
Hello there.
Is there something I can help you with? The Blackwolds have been broken and scattered, you say. That is good news for Combe. So the Ranger Strider thinks we should investigate Skunkwood's old hideout. Well, I'm not sure of that. It's not a safe place, I hear.
Might I have a word with you?
I suppose you're right. I will make sure those Blackwolds aren't hiding in the cave, mustering their strength. But I'll want some help. You'll travel with me to Skunkwood's old hideout, south of the guardhouse, near Staddle Falls. If they're gathering there, I need help driving them out.
Oh, good day.
Another instance. Okay.
How do you do?
We'll go ahead and do that.
Umdir's defeat shattered the back of the Blackwolds, but pieces of the mystery remain unsolved.
Goodness!
Wait a moment, I have the key right here. That Knickerbeaker blocked my serrated edge. What in the world? The audio is like echoing here, it's weird. Coming here may not have been such a good idea. Let's press on. So this is where we came earlier to find Amdir and free him, but he was turning into a wraith, and we rescued that Sarah Oakenheart lady. I'm not really sure why we returned here. To make sure the Blackwolds are routed, I guess. Oh look, this is the last of them. This is how you use your virtues. When you unlock a virtue, then you can slot it in. So I'm working on unlocking another virtue, and virtues are super important. That's like the primary way you buff your character. So you always want to be looking at your virtues and upgrading that, and then applying them. So if you're going to be tanking, you're going to want high damage mitigation, high vitality. If you're doing DPS, you want high critical rating, physical mastery. Oh. Scorgrim. Blackwood leader. Quiet, I see something ahead. The white hands. What do you say? This is your last chance. Swear fealty to Angmar once more. Never. Then die. My lord, intruders. Deal with them. Oh my. He's doing a lot of damage. Throw a heal on ourselves here.
Can't you leave me to my misery?
For the dwarf that struck me, though, maybe. Oh well, perhaps. Suppose that's just the way of it. First, it was that Egon saying they pledged to Angmar, and we'd be rich. Seems though Angmar didn't like the prospect of us leaving them. That dwarf came along, and you see how that ended. Now I suppose the Blackwalds are at their end. Speak to Constable Underhill. Did he run ahead? Yeah, he ran ahead, didn't he? Okay. I've no idea how he escaped this place. We'll never follow him now.
Just a moment.
Well, I suppose the Blackwoods are broken now, but for some reason I still don't feel safe. Well, it's not much we can do here. We'd best head back. That was quick.
The rangers which once guarded the borders of the Shire have been scattered or slain. Frodo has left the Shire, but great perils await him in Bree. I am too late. Someone must find him before the Nazgûl.
So that's also a cutscene to show that the Nazgûl came to Bree and Aragorn was with the hobbits. So lots of storytelling happening behind the scenes.
How do you do? Might I speak with you a moment?
You should take the news back to your friend Strider in Bree-town. If he sent you out here, he likely wants to know what we'll find. He'll probably be at the Prancing Pony. I like that they travel you, that's nice. Talk to Strider. And he may not be here. I think he's gone at this point. Can't remember. I think he's probably gone. Oh. Oh, he's still here. Okay.
We must move quickly.
You've returned just in time. Much has happened since you left. A little time to relate it. The tidings you have brought me will be of great use to my men here in Bree-land, but there is more immediate threat we must deal with now. While you were away, those same Nazgûl you saw with Amdir attacked the pony. They were in search of travelers I have been awaiting for hobbits of the Shire. I cannot tell you why. They had such interest in my companions, but I can tell you that I have need of your help again.
I need your aid.
Okay.
I need your aid.
Why both of you and I have seen 5 Nazgûl, their true number is 9. Before I take any of my charges beyond Bree, I must know where the other 4 are hiding. Would you travel to the west and speak to Linglin? I sent him to Buckland to watch over the particular hobbit. But it seems that Mr. Underhill and his friends decided to take a different path and are now under the protection. Still, Linglin may have the whereabouts of the remaining Nazgûl. He camps to the rise just north of Buckland Gate. Yeah, so Aragorn was thinking they'd travel down the road towards Bree, and they went through the old forest. That's how they ended up meeting Tom Bombadil. Okay, so we're gonna run to the south. We're gonna get the travel point at North Bree. Then I want to run to the South Bree travel point and get the thing from the Entenmoors. I'm going to show how you do that in this episode. We also we're super full on everything, so we need to sell some stuff. Alright, and my high level, oh, I guess I already got the travel point. Let's see if we can just travel to South Bree.
You need.
Nope. So this is where being a free-to-play kind of stinks, because I have to be a VIP to travel certain places swiftly. So that's a little lame, but we'll just run down there. It doesn't take long. Okay, looking at our inventory. I don't want that. I also want to do some crafting. We have an XP boost. That'll be nice if I'm ever under level in an area and I want to get more experience. These cloaks are pretty basic. I think I'll sell them. And this sword is also pretty basic. I think I'll sell that. We got a ton of copper ore that we will need to craft, and I like to craft in my player home because it has all the crafting stations if you stand right in the middle. So that's really nice. Oh, we got a new ability, Bee Swarm. So this is our ranged ability. Call forth a swarm of bees to attack your foe. This actually is really good. So we can use this to attack at range. That's really helpful when we are dealing with sappers that drop the big fire bombs. Because we can attack them ahead of time, and they drop the bomb on the ground and not on us. Oh, the Ettenmorse has to be level 20. Okay, so we'll have to come back and do that. So we are in the Bree crafting hall, and I'm going to do some crafting at the beginning of this episode. Okay, so we're a prospector, jeweler, and metalsmith. Okay, so off screen I've leveled up some of my proficiencies. I'm to master level, and how that works is, see on my prospector here, you fill up the kind of bronze anvil, and then you start filling up the gold anvil. So on things like prospecting, that's not a huge problem. You just want to level up to the next proficiency, or you'll get to a zone and you won't be able to harvest and collect anything. That's a problem. When it comes to metalsmithing, sometimes it unlocks other what's the word I'm looking for? Recipes. Okay, so journeyman I was at last time, that's level 12, and as you see, I'm sorry, I was on apprentice last time. Now I'm on journeyman because I leveled up. So now I can go through and heavy armor, and I'm level 15 now, and I can craft these items for me. So what I have equipped gives me 57 armor and 1 might. Now I can craft myself 67 armor plus 6 might plus 4 vitality. So crafting is huge in this game, and you're going to want to keep this up and keep this going because this is going to make your life so much better. And plus, I love crafting. And I like to bring the stuff I craft down here so I can look at it. Excuse me, I just coughed right in the mic. Okay, I only need 1 of those. And then we're going to craft boots. Okay, we're going to do a whole kit here. We're going to give ourselves all new armor. And basically how I like to do this is I like to get kind of through a zone and then go to the crafting hall and give myself all new armor for the next zone I'll be playing in. And it usually works out pretty well. So we got gloves, helm, leggings, and I'm moving back so I interrupt the induction, if you're wondering why I'm moving around. I only need 1 of each. I've already leveled up the proficiency, so I don't really need to do this. And Lord of the Rings Online is amazing for alts, and so what I'll do is, since I've already leveled the proficiency, I will probably drop this off in my player housing, the materials I don't need. And in Expert, I already have Rich Iron, and I mailed that from another character somewhere else. I think Rich Iron is like North Downs, a little bit of Evandim, I believe. And I think the later part of Lonelands. Okay, while we're here, we're going to look at jewel crafting. Now, I do want to level up my jewel crafting, so I'll have to do some work probably off screen. Oh, yeah. So jewel crafting requires silver. So I'm going to need to be keeping my eye out. I need to collect more of that. I think my Runekeeper has a lot of that. I might mail him some of that. But in terms of this episode, I made myself all new gear. So our helmet is much better. We're going to equip all the stuff we just made, because that's going to buff our stats tremendously. Now, if I hit left click or control then left click, I can open up the panel of the looks of these things. That armor looks terrible. This is a... We're going to drop the Bjorning stuff we started with in the vault, because we might want to do something with that cosmetically later. So we're going to drop that off, and everything else we're just going to sell.
Hello, friend.
Go to this guy's sell. We're going to sell this old gear. This gear is stuff I made before. Can't be disenchanted. It's not really a big deal. We're just going to drop it off. Don't really care too much about it. For a while when I played this game, I even deleted the task board stuff that you pick up. And I've discovered that that is worth hanging on to for reputation. But if you don't use it on this character, you can hang on to it and mail it to a different character. That's really good because, say I have like a level 100 and he's got tons of task items for Evendim or for Trollshaws or something. Well, I can just mail that to a character that gets there, and then that makes that character's life a lot easier because I'll unlock gear, maybe a mount, and reputation and experience. So don't sell that stuff.
What do you need?
Okay, we had a quest to just Destination Bree here. Wilmette Traveler.
Stay a moment.
No time for tours. Talk to Barman Butterburn and sell the Prancing Pony and learn what you can do in Needed of Bree. I think we'll pick this up. In our previous episode, we've started the main quest. So if you're unfamiliar with Lord of the Rings Online, the epic quests have to deal with the book lore of Lord of the Rings. So we've started the main chapter, the main campaign, in Volume 1, Book 1, Stirring in the Darkness. Okay? So we're doing some stuff for Strider. And the hobbits are here, and they're about to head towards the Lowlands. So that's something I didn't really understand about the questing is, you always want to do the book quests, you always want to do the chapter quests, because those are the main story of the zone and the regions, and those are going to take you to other regions. Anything other than that is just quests in the zone. They're not unimportant, but they're not as important. So let's go ahead and pick this up. We might do some of these on our way. Hello. Welcome to the Prancing Pony, the pride of Bree-town and surrounding lands. Are you here for news of nutrition? News or nutrition? We have both and plenty to spare. You're an adventurer unless I miss my mark. That happens, but rarely. So it is news then. There is no shortage of that, I tell you truly, that most of it is bad. Listen well, my friend, and you will hear some of the ails in the Bree-land. My friend Adso Haybank is a hobbit and a good sort. He dreams of building an inn upon the road west of Bree. No easy task, that take it from one who knows. But I wish him well and have done what I can. If you see him, lend him some assistance. Ah, Buckland, that reminds me. Don't you know it? There is trouble afoot there. You know that the Bree-town is home to both hobbits and men, of course. Well, Buckland is home to hobbits only, but I would count them as neighbors as well. Of course, it seems they have had some trouble with goings-on in the old forest. If you speak with Celadine Brandybuck, a sweet young lass who lives away in Buckland, you are certain to hear about the forest troubles. So, in a situation like this quest is going to coincide well with what our main quest is doing. So we need to talk to the ranger outside of Buckland because we're keeping tabs on the Nazgul. The Nazgul were hunting the hobbits, and so we have a ranger that Aragorn sent us to talk to. And as you look on the map here, we're going to be heading that direction anyway. So down here, above Buckland and the Bridge of Buckland, above Buckland is the main quest, and Atso's camp's right on the way. So we're going to head that direction. And we had something about Tufted Cheek Watcher Brimbrayer at his cottage. Now we might do the cottage one later. This is also level 14, we're level 15, so this is on our level and on our way. And so we'll go ahead and do that. As we head that way, I'm going to activate my mining, because any material we pick up, it's going to be helpful. Even if it's not on this character, it's going to be helpful to pick up. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And it shows up on your map in like a little blue arrow like this. And there it is. It looks like somebody else is going to collect it. We'll let him. We'll be nice. You'll find that in Lord of the Rings Online. Everybody is so nice and pleasant. I mean, probably not everybody. That's a strong statement. Everybody I've run into has been nice and pleasant. I love this game for that factor as well. I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft. One of the things that turned me off of World of Warcraft was just how toxic everyone is in that game. You can be doing your best, and there's a new system or there's some new thing, an expansion added, and players will absolutely just destroy you for not having some add-on installed or not doing the most DPS. And you know, it's kind of a crazy if you think about it. It's a game.
How can I be of service?
It doesn't have to be super serious. Alright, we are here at Atso's camp. Let's see. We're kind of in the middle. We might do a whole episode on this and see what Atso has us to do.
What do you need?
Yes, you are here to help. Oh, you are just in time. I need all the help I can find. I fear my dream of founding an inn at the spot in this danger of foundering even before it was truly begun.
Please stay a moment.
Hey friend, you're not from around here, and that be a good thing. This is a serious business, and I can't trust any of these louts with something so delicate. Making a place of my own took an unexpected turn. Not so long ago, I am loath to tell the workers what has happened. I hope that you can help me with this matter. The satchels hold the last payment I need to make to ensure the safety of the folk here, and to sanctity of this soon-to-be splendid landmark. Just to take it to the old Sweetgrass farm a little ways north of here, and give it over to the man who answers the door. It may be Bill Ferny. Okay. Now, Bill Ferny, if you remember from the books, is the character that's kind of shady, that's
Are you looking for something,
keeping
friend?
tabs on the hobbits.
Are you here to help us?
Okay. Excuse me, sorry. You seem like Clothar, let's see, a bear, a great monstrous thing. We try not to get too close to the forest. Okay, so you need to show us some kind of dangerous bear. And I think that's all there is there. I ended up mailing a universal toolkit to this character, meaning he gets a lot of benefits from crafting. Talk to Clothar. Sandheaver.
I will show you where I saw that great beast of a bear.
Okay, so it's a travel quest. That's interesting.
Oh, I do not like this creepy forest, but I will show you where I saw that great beast of a bear.
I suppose we come this far. Follow Clothar further into the old forest. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. You're in luck, Clothar. I am also a big creepy bear. Oh no, did you hear that? I can't look. It's a deer, dude. It's a skittish deer, dude. You speak soothing words to the deer in the language of animals. Words taught to you by Grim Bjorn. Is this a unique to me as a Bjorning? The frightened creature's demeanor tells you that Clothar is right to worry. A large predator is nearby. That would be very interesting if I had a unique quest for being a Bjorn. I heard you brawl, and so did that deer. I mean, the way that something might speak to rabbits and haunt a body. How's that you came to the language of animals? The speech of animals. Does a bird wonder what life is to a hobbit? The bird had asked me that I would tell him plenty of fine dinners and quality pipe weed to enjoy the lives of comfort. This instant's kind of loud, isn't it? Back to 25. Alright, here we go. Aha, rampaging bear. I'm gonna apply our bleeds, and then our expose weakness, and then switch to our bear form. Aha! Your ancestor Bjorn had a special kinship with the creatures that made their homes near his lodge, and you have inherited some measure of quality as well. You tried to draw upon the portion of your nature to calm the mighty beast before you. What has driven this creature to such rage? It seems that your words have taken some effect, but suddenly the creature shakes its head and redoubles its assault. Ah, he healed himself. Reapply our bleeds. You reach out to the bear once more, drawing upon your natural affinity for the creatures. A low rumble confirms your belief that something has put a great terrible fear into the bear, setting it into this frenzied assault. Friend, you speak to it in a reassuring tone, and the bear speaks its name. Suddenly, a great shudder seizes the creature's body, and he attacks once more. Oh. Almost like he's being controlled or something. Is this the class quest? Oh, it is a class quest. Cool. I didn't even realize. I just kind of stumbled upon it. The fear in Bramble Snarl's eyes is gone, replaced with a different emotion, respect and admiration. Your calming words and the strength of your resolve have brought Bramble Snarl back to his senses. Language of kind, he tells you the frightening wraith that stalked the plains were the barrows of long dead men. The visage of a terrible king awoke in Bramble Snarl's primal fear. I knew there was something peculiar about you, Brawl. Not everyone can speak to animals, after all, can they? You are a skin changer, not just tails, but tails. As old I used to say. I cannot believe that there are really people such as you in this world. For a moment, Clothar looks as if he's going to faint, dead away, but after he recovers himself and sticks out his hand. It would be an honor to shake your hand, Brawl. Did I see that there must be folk like you in this world? This is a shame that you could have killed that bear, but chose not to. Instead, you showed restraint and mercy, and that could use more folk like you, in the Hobbit's opinion. Cool. Wow, that was cool. You know, I forget that their class quests are a thing in this game.
I have heard tales of skin changers, but I never thought I'd meet one.
Cool beans, dude. Cool beans. That was fun. Alright, we're gonna go get this payment to this Bill Fernie. I love Bree. I just love the first, like, Erdluin, Bree, Lone Lands, and North Downs. I think are just amazing zones. They just hold up so well. They have so much replayability. I don't know. I just love all the zones. Not a huge fan of the Shire.
This is intolerable.
Ah, soon Sharky's men will have all of Bree well in hand. With cowards like that little worm Adso under heel, there's no question of that. You just tell Adso that the payment has been received, but he'd better have another ready next week, or it will go badly for him. Bill Fernie. You little goober. He's the one that spies on the hobbits and Aragorn when they leave Bree. I think he's also the one that abuses Bill the pony, and that's why Bill ends up coming into the possession of Sam. Or kind of the company, but Sam kind of takes him under his wing. Fun fact, after Sam comes back,
Is there something I can do for you?
and the destruction of the ring, he finds Bill the pony back at Bree. And they let him loose before the mines of Moria. And Sam was nervous that he was going to get eaten by wargs, and he didn't. And he got all the way back to Bree, and Sam ended up reuniting. Another payment. This was supposed to be the last. I'll be driven to ruin, that rotten. But enough of my blather. I shouldn't burden you with my problems. No, I should thank you for your help, friend. Truth be told, I was a bit frightened to go out there at night by myself. Well,
Please, stay a moment.
defeat brigands. We could do that. Another quest here.
I do not ask much of you.
Collect boar heads for food. And there's a quest behind us now. Go ahead and do this.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Let's see. Already, those knaves up there near the Sweetgrass farm have taken tools and coin purses. Workers here. So we need to, so that coincides well with the killing brigands. We'll grab that, and then we'll make our way to the west. And I think we'll end maybe by doing the Buckland little quest, or stopping right before we meet the ranger in the hills there. Sorry I'm opening my map so much. What's the blue one? Supplies and demands. Oh. Yeah, so there's brigands in this field, I think. Yeah. Alright, being a Bjorning, we can change into the bear. We're just going to hit people with our leads. And just kind of run around and see if that damage... yeah, see, that guy's almost going to die. We have our B ability now, which is a ranged ability. That just deleted that dude. Did you see that? That zeroed that guy. That's nuts. So typically, this is how I like to play Lotro and questing. I like to go for the bleeds, the damage over times, and I like to hit mobs and then just run around. And like while I'm running around hitting other mobs, the mob behind me dies. I just like that play style. It's quick, seems efficient. Yeah. Oh look, there's some silver. That's what we need for our jewel crafting. So we're gonna need to keep an eye out for jewel crafting. She just said yee. So I have a level 150 Bjorning, and I've spec'd into this weakening blow, and into increase your melee damage. Now melee damage seems like it would be beneficial for tank and human, so that's good. But you know this weakening blow, and if you max out, it's only plus 10% slam, and like look at this, slam does 50 to 64 damage, and the serrated edge does the same amount of damage, but it does bleed. And slash does about the same amount of damage, but it's a little bit less. But it also does bleed. And exposed man does more damage. Yeah, it does more damage than slam. So I've been rethinking that. I think I might respec my higher level, because I had never really thought about it, because I was like, oh yeah, you know, it's part of my rotation, it'll do more damage. But I don't think even at max level it does that great of damage. So I might spec those traits into something else. As you see, we have 2 here. So we can increase our critical rank, our critical chance rank. Now, obviously, critical chance, it's like the chance that you can do a bigger hitting ability. That is helpful, but a 5% chance is kind of, eh. It doesn't seem the best. We gotta kill boars, I forgot. As a rule, general rule of thumb, I guess, I don't really like, I need to change in my bear form more often. I don't really like abilities that rely on chance. I like just raw, consistent output damage. So I don't like that. Then we have Nature's Wrath unlocks a skill. We already done that, but we can increase the damage. That would be a good one. I think because of my playstyle, after using Rush in bear form, your next attack will knock down your target. Now I like the sound. Oh look, we have Wanderlust now. That's huge. So Wanderlust is a passive ability while we are in bear form, and it gives us plus 6.8% run speed. So we can run the speed of a mount in bear form. That is huge. Anyways, back to my point. I like the bleeds over time, so I think I'll go with that route. However, I also like the bear damage forms because, like, in a situation like this, now that I have Wanderlust, I can sprint really quick to an enemy and immediately start attacking it like that. So at this level, I'm not exactly sure what would be more beneficial. Do I spec more into the bleeds, or do I spec more into the bear damage? So improved trample. Now trample's increased damage lowers the target's block, parry, and evade chances by 10%. So that's pretty good. We spec one more into biting or Incinerated Edge. It gives us plus 100% bleed damage. So I think we almost have to pick that because that's almost too good to pass up. And then bleed damage for slash increases by 20% if we level that to 4, which is also almost too good to pass up. Decisions. I think we're going to definitely do Serrated Edge. I think we're going to go for the bleeds. I think I'll use the bleeds more often. If I'm in the open fields like this, I'm going to use bear form. But any other scenario, I am going to be using my bleeds. So it just feels kind of bad sometimes in terms of speed to hop in and out of bear form and man form. It's fun. It's not like it's not fun. It's just sometimes seems a little like meh. Like, you know, you want to stay in one spec or in one form. Now we could kill some of these bears because we could get some hides. We're not a tailor. We could send it to another character. That's another reason why I really like this game, is even mobs that don't seem like there's any reason to be killing them, usually it has some kind of connection to a deed, and usually it will give you some kind of resource that you can send to another character, even if you can't use it. Well, he stunned me. Also, back into the talent tree, you can always go down here and respec. And doesn't cost you anything. It's fine. So it's not the end of the world. It's just sometimes it takes it off your action bars, and it can be a little... not annoying. Annoying is not the right word. It can be a little tedious to add things back onto your bar. So, we'll kill these boars. Go turn all these quests in. We need to kill one more brigand, huh? Did I miss that? One more boar, and then we'll go back and kill some brigands. I guess I missed that, wasn't paying attention. But there's silver over there. So we need silver to... oh, we have to prospect. We have to mine the silver. We have 3 silver ingots. Then once we process it, we can make it into jewelry. So we need 2 silver ingots for like bracelets, earrings. So basically, if you remember the whole idea with taking this, the professions I did, I can make all of my own gear here on the right for my armor. And then I can make all of my own jewelry over here on the left, and even trinkets. So the idea there is I can basically fully kit myself, except for the weapon. But there is a vendor in Bree that I can trade some currency in for a weapon until I get to legendary weapon in Moria, in which case that'll be the best weapon for me in the game, and I'm not going to need to rely on anything. So I can make really good armor and jewelry for myself and have a legendary weapon. So it's a win-win. Planned it out. We need 30 more brigands to complete that deed, but we will most likely kill lots of brigands later on, so we're not going to mess with it right now. We do have a lot of consumables. I'm gonna draw. I don't like those potions. They always take up space in my bag, and I never use them. We're gonna want to save the rite of passage, I think. The rite of passage gives you the ability to travel anywhere instantly. Paying bills.
Might I have a word with you?
Before you run off, I wanted to ask you another favor. While the brigands was talking to me, I saw some of his seconds bullying any of my workers. The produce feeds my... Oh, and he stole produce. Okay, so we'll just grab that. Threats and follow through. By standing up to the men, a fearsome brigand named Dirk Hawthorne, I fear I have doomed us all. He set up camp immediately to the east, just south of the side of the ruins. Defeat Dirk Hawthorne. Dirky Dirk.
Greetings, friend.
Turn that in.
Are you looking for something, friend?
Repair. Quickly look at anything I can sell. It's all quest items we can turn in. I never keep my recipes, really. It's just not worth it, especially at the low levels. To me, at least. Maybe it's just me. Because I just sell it, and then when I get to higher levels...
Tell me what you need or move along.
Oh, we get tailor or cook experience. I don't need either of those, but I can send it to somebody else.
And hear me out.
So again, you can hit Control, left click to see what the staff looks like. It's a nothing burger. So we're going to leave that one, I think. I don't really care about that quest.
Will you let me speak my piece?
Oh, that's a neat axe. We might grab that for the axe. What do we need to do? Find the spring.
Speak my piece.
One of our hunters has come across a spring in the northern parts of the old forest where the water is particularly sweet, refreshing, and strange. Now that is a quest that'll take you to the old forest, and that's where Goldberry is, actually. We might hang on to that because we will do some of the old quests, the old forest quests later. But I don't want to go in there now. Especially the old forest, if you click on it. You come in from this direction and you have to loop-de-loop all the way around. It's a mess. And I remember I did that at one time in a playthrough. And I ran for like 20 minutes I ran around in there. And the old forest is confusing. I think this player killed all the... No, it's supplies. But he probably did kill all the brigands over here. But I believe Lord of the Rings Online, like quest items you can collect, I don't think it shares. I don't think so. Oops. Sorry, I'm clicking my map so much. I was not understanding where I was on the map. Alright, let's pick up these supplies. We're already kind of out-leveled this quest. Or at least it's in the blue. And I haven't even used an experience boost, and I have one of those. Well, there's nothing here. Yeah, we don't need barrow iron, we need silver. If I remember right, there's a ton of silver in the Barrow-downs, so it might be a while before we catch up to that. That's when we can... Ferocious Roar we unlocked. And Swipe Claws is our first AoE ability. Swipe Claws is going to be huge for us. We gotta kill some of these guys. So Serrated Edge, I think, bleeds to other NPCs than just your primary target. So that's real nice. Also got another point. Really racking up the levels here. I think now we're going to do improved trample. Oh. What? Yeah, I want that. Yeah, the bee swarm does really good damage. It's kind of surprising, actually. Hey, this guy's running. Oh, that should be the 4 I need. The bear is just so tanky. Like, he just... Everything the light touches, you basically can tank. Okay. Last. Got to kill there, and then we can hit Wanderlust and travel fast. Oh no, it's not the last. They get more of these boxes, and he's the last. Okay, now what's this quest here, the red one? Oh, defeat Dirk Hawthorne. There he is. Mr. Durkee. Try to pull these guys away so we don't pull all those other mobs. Look at all the debuffs I put on him. You see that? That was like 8 debuffs on that dude. Alright, then activate Wanderlust. And then we can run super fast on a bear. Alright, we are definitely pushing the 30-minute mark. So I think let's turn these all in. I think we have to confront Bill Fernie. And then after that, we'll run... We might end the episode there, and then after that, we'll run over and talk to the ranger in front of Buckland.
Is there something I can do for you? Hello? Could I take a moment of your time?
Defeat Broomer. Okay, look, friend, I have one more favor to ask of you. It's a terrible thing. Fills me with shame to talk to you about it. It seems like all the big talk is back at the fellow. By this fellow. Oh, let's see. I skipped ahead a little bit. Well, he sent me a message telling me that his henchman, Broomer, would be after me. He went so far as to tell him that the knave is west and north of some place called the Outlaws' Haven. Get rid of him for me, and I swear that's the last thing I'll ask of you. Payment in full. We'll go do that.
Stay and hear me out.
Oh, I didn't want to pick these up. We'll go ahead and pick them up, whatever. Bear
Will
pelts,
you let me
wolf
speak
pelts.
my piece?
Alright, we gotta go north and kill the leader here. Alright. Keeping an eye on any silver deposits, because that's really what we need for our jewel crafting. There's barrow iron, but I don't really need that right now. Aggroed her. We only need to kill 6 more of these and we can get deed completed and get a Lotro points. Imagine he'll be on the higher point, the leader of these guys. And I'm not too worried about pulling a bunch of stuff. We're just going to run past. Gonna hop in man form. There he is. Hit him with the bleed and see if I can line of sight all these guys behind a tree. Yep. So that's a really nice little trick. When you have ranged people, they'll sit there and just shoot you while you're attacking everybody else. But if you block their sight of you by some kind of object, then they have to run up. At least the computer does. Runs up to the thing you're hiding behind so it can shoot you. That's a good way to bring in ranged NPCs right to melee range. Alright, we'll grab this chest while we're here, because free things. And that's the leader killed. So we'll go back to Adso's camp. I don't know if I want to do the bear pelts. It does increase our reputation with the men of Bree. And wolf pelts. There weren't any wolves out here, but there. Ah, here's some silver. But there are wolves in the old forest, so that might also be done when we do quests in there. When you play a hobbit, you follow in the footsteps of Frodo and Sam, Merry and Pippin into the old forest. When you play a man, I'm not sure you do that. I'm not sure you go in there. Alright, so we got Lotro points for doing that. The Brigand Deed, which is great. Yeah. So I'll go back and turn this in to Adso. Then we'll progress with the book chapter quest. And again, that is, we're trying to follow up on what happened to the Nazgul. Where are they at? Here's more silver. We want to pick up every silver we can for our jewel crafting. Let's see how much we have. 6. We can smelt 6 ingots. He who smelted.
Is there something I can do for you?
Alright, and we can look at our gear and see, like, this quest item is not better than the thing I made earlier in this episode. So that's what I'm talking about. The power of making your own gear can't be understated. It's really good. So we were tasked by Aragorn and Bree to come over here and rendezvous with a ranger who's camped out outside of Buckland. And if you remember in the books, Frodo and the hobbits went to Buckland and to Crick Hollow, and they escaped through the old forest. And Aragorn knows all this, but we are trying to keep tabs on the Nazgul that remain in the area. So this is why we are here, to talk to this ranger. In the last episode, we came through Adso's camp and we helped that hobbit dealing with brigands along the road. Now we're going to pick up this quest and it'll take us into Buckland, and I think eventually we will follow in the footsteps of the hobbits into the old forest. So we need to talk to Lingling.
What do you need?
Aragorn has sent aid. Nazgul, 4 more, were in Buckland. They rode swiftly to the east upon black steeds. I was foolish enough to stand in their way, and they ran me down. I will heal in time, but the riders have left a threat in their wake. They must be dealt with. I must ask for your help.
Would you do something for me?
In the Black Riders' wake, Crebain have taken roost. They are not common strain from Dunland, but a breed I have not seen before. Lately, these foul creatures keep watch on the Buckland and Shire, or at the very least me, since they have taken to staring at me at night. While the Crebain may see nothing of interest, the fact that the enemy has eyes here is dangerous. If we were to blind those eyes, the enemy would not be sure in directing his efforts. If you would dispose of the Crebain and the roost of the southwest just beyond the camp. So Crebain are the crows. And Saruman uses crows in the books to spy. So we need to kill these Crebain. And we have an AoE ability on our Bjorning now. If you are new to the channel, I do a lot of Lord of the Rings online. I play the main quests. I like to read the quest text. I do a lot of lore videos in the game, class guides. And this particular character I'm going to play from level 1 all the way to level 160, and I'm going to do all the main quests and a majority of the side quests as the game was intended to be played.
How can I be of service?
Good, you have slain those foul birds. The enemy will not be nearly as sure in their efforts now. However, I still have need of your aid. I must ask that you do something in Buckland, as it was their horn call that alerted me to the presence of the Nazgul.
Might I take a moment of your time?
You say that Underhill is with Aragorn. I know of no Underhills. I was sent to watch over a hobbit named Baggins. I must assume that is whom Aragorn spoke of. That he is safe is welcome news, for my fears are somewhat allayed. It was late in the night when I heard the horn call of Buckland. Running to the road, I saw Nazgul leaving Buckland at a gallop. I tried to stop them, but they ran me down. I feared they had already found Baggins. The 4 riders passed eastward towards Bree, but we may discover what they learned If anything at Baggins's home is in Crickhollow, it is a cottage surrounded by a high hedge, almost directly southeast of Buckland Gate. Hell, here's another Bjorning. So we also got the Wanderlust ability on our Bjorning, which means we can sprint at mount speed, which is super, super awesome. The reason I picked the Bjorning is it's extremely fun to play, transitioning out in and out of man and bear form. It's also extremely tanky and survivable, so I'll be able to do basically all the content I will need to do in the entirety of the game. This right here is the Gate of Buckland. So, we're going to pick up any of the extra quests we have.
A word with you?
This is only level 7, so we're going to skip that one.
Please stay a moment.
Hoy there, stranger. I warn you right now, you ought to stay away from the old forest. The beasts there are all riled up. But hold on, you seem like an adventuring sort. I think you can lend us a hand. Us bounders came up with a brew of sort that dissuade most things that approaching. All you need to do is set the jars along the road to the bonfire glade. Bonfire glade is inside the old forest.
Would you do something for me?
These are all quests
Good day. Might I
in the
have a word with
front.
you?
Will you give me a moment of your time,
I'm going to
friend?
skip all 3 of those because I want to do quests more towards the back, towards the old forest. No time for tours.
How do you do?
This is just talk to some people in the town.
Good day. Might I have a word with you?
Are you looking for work? Well, it's not too much, but maybe you can do me a favor. I inquired about notes on the old forest from Farmer Maggot, and I still have not received. Perhaps you would be willing to go to his farm and ask him. Now, Farmer Maggot's farm is across the Brandywine. So, we might do that. As a general rule, I'm going to always do the main quests, and then side quests that kind of align with what I'm doing. I think I'll go ahead and do those. Let's see here. Crickhollow is over here, so let's go do that first. Fredigar Bollinger.
Gracious me!
I don't have it. Oh wait, you're not one of those Black Riders. I must tell you that I haven't been so frightened in my life. Did they learn anything from me? Well, those riders came bursting into the house, but I already slipped back. Back out that way. Not a thing did they get from me. When the sheriffs came, they made me tell about Frodo and the others going off into the old forest, but I didn't say anything about the enemy's ring. Oh dear, I mean, what is that? It sounds like crows. They're sure coming close. So, Fredigar Bollinger is the friend of Frodo, Merry, and Pippin, and he was in the books. He was to cover for them in Frodo's absence, basically make it look like Frodo was still living here. So he's actually in the books. Some flew off into the forest. I hope they don't come back. All right, so we need to go back and talk to the ranger. But while we're over here, let's make sure we got the travel point and talk to any of the hobbits and see what quests we can pick up here. We got a quest to talk to the mayor, I think it said.
Could I take a moment of your time?
These are strange days. Most hobbits stay away from the old forest, but my living depends on it, and I've heard many problems till now. The forest creatures have all gone strange. I swear, tree roots themselves moved up to trip me, and now I sprained my ankle. I still need to collect some mushrooms. They grow in the west part of the forest, between the bonfire glade and the bald hill. Also, please bring me some lumber from the seasoning pile.
Might I have a word with you?
Wolves in the Old Forest have been something of a threat to the forester and woodsmen, but they have recently become more dangerous and aggressive, so we need to kill some wolves.
Could I take a moment of your time?
The bats of the Old Forest have been a minor annoyance in the past, but of late they have grown very aggressive and even dangerous. So, some bats.
Might I have a word with you?
The bears of the Old Forest have always been dangerous, but in the past they were not very aggressive and could be avoided. Now they're roaming all over the place and even come out of the forest to threaten Buckland if they aren't stopped. Okay, we'll pick all those up. Let's see. I thought we had a quest to talk to the mayor, who's up at the top. We might run up there and see if there's a quest, because I thought there was something that they give us. So we're setting up to do a ton of quests in the Old Forest, which is good. We might run across to Farmer Maggot. We're gonna make our millstone here, just in case we need to travel back over it. At this point, yeah, Brandy Hall. Saradoc Brandybuck, but I don't have any quests for him. Buckland is like one of the coolest Hobbit areas in the game. It's really, really neat. So we need to go back and talk to the ranger. We could, since we're close here, we could swim the Brandywine. I think we will do that and go to Farmer Maggot's farm, which is over here. And there's a little hobbit in a boat. Farmer Maggot's farm's over here. Let's see what that's about. I'm not sure I've ever picked up that quest before. Old Forestry. Alright, so now we are actually in the Shire. Buckleberry Ferry. Does the ferry actually go back and forth? That'd be cool if it did. I've never actually tried that. So that's that scene in the movie where they're on the ferry and they're trying to get away from the Nazgul. I love how accurate all the lore is in Lord of the Rings Online. They do such a good job. Look at all these mushrooms. Hobbits and their mushrooms. Alright. Old Forestry.
I've no chuck with strangers.
What now? More blasted strangers? Get off my... Oh. Celadine Brandybuck sent you? Well then. I should at least speak fair to you. She sent you to ask me about notes. I sent those on a while ago. My son Rollo and his friend Doderick and Wilmac Brandybuck, one of my farm hands. My son wrote those notes because so few other hobbits around here know the forest at all. We probably stopped off in the run in Newbury, just inside the hay and gate of Buckland. Talk to Rollo Maggot and Dr. Brandybuck at Wilmhan Brandybuck in Newbury. Where is... Oh, so they're at the gate. Okay, that coincides nicely. So we'll head back over. I'm gonna turn our music volume up a little bit. A little bit of a swampy place here. I mean, I said this ferry thing worked. The bear swimming is funny. Well, there's the ferry, but it's on this side. Those Black Riders were seen tampering with the ferry, he says. Alright, we'll talk to the guys at the gate, and then go talk to the ranger. Then we might begin a little bit of the Old Forest. We'll see where we go from here. So I'm getting into quite of a rhythm on the channel on when to upload stuff. Farmer Maggot sent you just what I needed on top of all else. That's happened. As there were not enough, the big folk took everything that we had to deliver to that Rollo, and Dodric went off on his own.
I'm sure it's a bother, but I could use your help.
Some man from around Bree called Maggots demanding food and got run off by the dogs, but as we, Rollo and Dodric and I, crossed the river, we were waylaid by big folk just like him on the bridge. They made us take everything off the wagon and put it on theirs, headed off east to the Great East Road, not for giving a good licking to Mr. Maggot's own wagon. Find his produce. Well, I don't know if I want to do that because it's back over there by Adso's camp. We'll go talk to the ranger. Unwelcome strangers. Yeah, I don't really want to do that one again. I was curious what that quest would turn into, so. You stinking wolf. The only downside about the Bjorning's Wanderlust like sprint ability is that if you're in combat, it takes it off you. So you go from like 60% run speed to like normal. I wish like you could run while you're in combat, but it like takes it off if you get hit. Like if you take damage, it takes it off. That would be nice.
What can I do for you?
The enemy's ring. It is no wonder Aragorn was so secretive as to why the enemy was seeking Baggins. If the Kerbine heard Fredragar's words, the enemy will know for certain that the ring is no longer in the Shire, and all will be lost. Finding those birds in the Old Forest will not be a simple task. I would ask that you return to Aragorn and Bree, and seek his counsel on how to find those foul birds. Okay. So how to get to Bree quickly. We could go to Buckland and use the travel point. I think we're going to use... we're going to go to our personal home, and from our personal home we can travel to Bree. This is such a low-level character, I don't have many travel points. Okay, so while we're in our player home, we can go around to the travel point, and there'll be a swift travel to South Bree. Then we'll go talk to Aragorn and the Prancing Pony. Yeah, if you hit Control / you can edit your UI, and for some reason my mount panel is down there in the bottom right, so you can move stuff like that around if you want to. There's a way you can edit the general chat as well, so I don't have to see people's chat. Typically I just make it small and put it in the corner, because I think mostly I don't ever look down there.
How can I be of service?
Alright, South Bree. Now, we're going to use a Mithril coin, I think, because I want to be able to travel to South Bree quickly. Being a free-to-play account, you have to use Mithril coins, and if I get here and discover it, I think I can travel back and forth from player home to here quickly. Maybe. Hopefully that wasn't a waste. I can't remember. Alright, gotta go to the Prancing Pony.
How can I be of service?
When we hit level 20, I'm gonna get the free travel to the Enten Moors, and when I travel to the Enten Moors, and that's like a 30-second cooldown, then I can travel to Bree, Rivendell, Mickle Delving, and Thorn's Hall. Swift travel, and that's like the biggest tool for free to play in terms of traveling. If you can get to Bree, you can get to pretty much anywhere. That's the primary limitation of a free to play account, is the traversing the world is kind of inconvenient. If you VIP subscribe for 1 month, you'll get access to all the Swift travels. So that, I've been sort of considering that, because I could do that just for a single month and then get all the Swift travels and then not pay for it again. Especially on a character like this I'm planning to play long term. Alright, Aragorn's room is up here, I think.
You bring dire news.
While the 4 hobbits I was awaiting are safe for the moment, the protection Bree offers is fleeting at best. We must leave soon if the enemy is suspicious. The suspicions were confirmed by these Cribine. That what they seek is no longer in the Shire. Our trip will be all the more perilous. Yet the Old Forest is a twisted labyrinth that can lead even the most experienced trackers astray. Finding these Cribine will not be easy.
Listen well.
There is one who could find these Cribine for us, if we were to ask him for such aid. However, he may not see our worries as his. He is known by many peoples and by many names of old. He is known as Orald to Mend, while to the dwarfs he is simply Forn. The elves call him Lywain Benadar, oldest and fatherless. However, in these days he is known as Tom Bombadil by these few who are aware of him. Look for old Tom Bombadil's house, which lies at the far eastern end of the Withywindle, the river that flows through the Old Forest. He may help you if you ask him in my name, Aragorn. If you discover anything, I will ask that you address it as best you can. I wish I could help you in this task, but my safety of my charges comes before all else.
Greetings.
Alright, so we picked up the Master of the Wood. And Tom Bombadil is one of my favorite characters in the books. So in order to get to the Old Forest, we can come from the Barrow-downs the back way. But we will miss out on a lot... Wait a minute, I got turned around. We'll miss out on a lot of what the game has to offer in the Old Forest. So we're going to go back to Buckland. And we're going to quest through the beginning of the Old Forest. I'll show it on the map here. We're going to quest right at the beginning of the Old Forest, and Tom Bombadil's house is kind of in the center. So that's how we're going to do that. We're going to travel back over to Buckland. So you get to the Old Forest by going through the Buckland Tunnel. And just to review here, our main quest is to talk to Tom Bombadil, and we got that from Aragorn in Bree. And the reason we're coming into the Old Forest is Aragorn and the Hobbit in Crickhollow are afraid that the Cribine heard that Frodo went into the Old Forest and he has the One Ring. So the whole point of us going into the Old Forest is to track down the Cribine. But in order to find the Cribine, we need to talk to Tom Bombadil because he knows all about the Old Forest. So, that's where we pick up. If you are... Oh, we have a wolf. If you are new to the channel, this is what I do. I play a ton of Lord of the Rings online. I like to just play through the main quests. I like to do class guides, lore videos, exploration videos, all things Lord of the Rings online, and all things Tolkien. I'm a huge Tolkien fan. I love the books, read them all once a year. And so, along with playing the game, which I enjoy and think it's a good MMORPG, I like to talk about the wider Tolkien lore. So I love this game. I think the classes are great. I think... why is my volume down? My volume is all the way down for some reason. I think the classes are really fun. I think the game systems are fun. I think the best thing about it probably is the world building. The world is massive. So I'm a huge fan of this game. This is also an MMORPG that you can play pretty much for free. Alright, so we gotta kill bats, wolves, and bears. We gotta find Tom Bombadil, collect lumber. And what was the other thing we needed to do? So we are on a Bjorning, and the Bjorning is inspired by a Bjorn from The Hobbit, and he's a skin changer, meaning I can change into a bear or man form. And the reason I picked the Bjorning for my playthrough of the entire game is because I think it's probably the most versatile class. Because it can do tank, damage, or healing. And I was especially thinking I could try to do harder content and spec into the roar, the yellow line. And it's commonly referred to as the unkillable spec. Now, the reason I chose the Bjorning is I came down to like the classes that were really, really survivable and able to do everything in the game. The other one was the Warden. The Warden is technically able to do basically all content. The Captain can't technically too, because they can heal, tank, or DPS. The problem with the Captain is it just takes a long time to get there. And the Captain doesn't have... The Captain's kind of slow, so I wanted something that was a bit faster. The Warden's fast, and the Warden on paper is great, but I just literally had a lag spike where I had to restart my client. And the problem with the Warden is if you have any kind of lag, it just completely makes the class unplayable. Because it relies so heavily on gambit systems. The other class I was seriously considering was the Lore Master, and I really like Lore Master. Because you can spec into the blue line, the bear line. Oh, I think that shiny thing is to show me where the Bald Hill is. But what won me over, I think, with the Bjorning is they have a speed increase, and when you're in bear form, you can run, you can sprint, which is really, really helpful in instances. And sometimes you'll be in an instance and it takes forever to get somewhere. Well, you can run in bear form, so that's awesome. The Bjorning can make their own food. The Bjorning can heal. The Bjorning can tank. The Bjorning can heal itself. So it just kind of made sense that Bjorning is going to be the most versatile. Also, the Bjorning is quite interesting. Changing in and out of bear form, it feels less stagnant than maybe other classes. And I have a character in every class in the game, and there's not really a class I dislike. My probably least liked class, but I don't dislike it, is the Burglar. And that's just because I'm not really a sneaky kind of player. I don't like to sneak around. But the Burglar has its moments. Anyways, I am currently planning a bunch of other playthroughs and regions. So I have a character going through Evendim. I have a character going through Mordor, a character going through the latest expansion. So maybe comment your favorite region and maybe your region you'd like to see me cover. Here's the Bonfire Glade. Now, what did I have to do for the Bonfire Glade? Ah. I don't remember placing jars. Was that a thing? I don't remember reading that. Okay, we need to kill bears. And I think bears are spread out, but I remember there's some this way. I'm going to go this way for a little bit. So the Old Forest is pretty interesting. In the first age of Middle-earth, when Bree-land wasn't sunk, there was a whole other continent on the other side of the Blue Mountains, like the other side of Ered Luin. And the Old Forest, it said, connected all the way from Bree-land all the way down to Fangorn. Fangorn, the end, says that the whole continent used to be a forest like the Old Forest. But over time, just people deforested it and some corruption and stuff. So it's pretty interesting. So Tom Bombadil, who we will hopefully meet in this episode, is an ancient that was around at the time of the Ents. So Tom Bombadil is like one of the oldest beings in Middle-earth. You know, older even than Sauron. So Very, very interesting. So we're following kind of in the footsteps of the hobbits as well. Now that we're killing bears, we want to keep a tab on... I should be getting... Yes, I'm getting medium hides. Now, my professions on this character are prospecting, metalsmith, and jewelry. The reason that is prospecting will supply the professional needs for both metalsmith and jewelry. And I thought this through quite a bit. If everything on the right side of my character panel I can make in metalsmith, and everything on the left side of the panel I can make in jewelry. So I'll be able to make my own gear. Quite well, actually. But even though we're not a tailor or a forester, I do want to keep the medium hides. And what I do on all my characters, whenever I get crafting material that I don't need or can't use, I go to my player home and I store it there. And then in my yard, I have a work table, I have a blacksmith, and what's the scholar? So basically in the yard of my house, player home, I can get all the materials I need and then I can craft. The only thing I don't have is an oven. But I don't really like the cooking profession. That's the only profession I'm not a fan of. My hobbit is a cooker and farmer. And it's a little... Oh, look, players. 28. And 20. Oh, there's like 4 players. Wow, cool. You will find that in Lord of the Rings Online. It's pretty well populated for how old of a game it is. It's pretty awesome. Alright, we need to find the spring. We were given a quest to come find the spring. We also know that this is where Goldberry is hanging out. Goldberry is the wife of Tom Bombadil, and Goldberry is a river maiden. And river maidens show up quite a lot in Lord of the Rings Online. Well, actually, this might be the Bald Hill. Yeah, I take that back. This is the Bald Hill. This is where the hobbits make a clearing, apparently. Tapped maple. Oh, we still need to kill wolves. Dodrick Brandybuck. I wonder what he's doing. Alrighty then. What is this quest? Forest wolves? No, the one on top. Searching for fresh springs. So I was right on both accounts. There is a quest for the Bald Hill, and there's also a quest for the springs. Now, the map in the Old Forest is kind of the old map, so it's a bit confusing, but I know the Old Forest-ish well enough to know that I have to go all the way back around. So my upload schedule on the channel is on Monday, I upload whatever the latest content I am playing in Lord of the Rings Online. So that would be my Guardian. He's going through the Corsairs of Umbar expansion, and he's currently in the Legacy of Morgoth. So I'm working through that, and I'm uploading videos on that content on Monday. Tuesday, I upload content, my 1 through 160 playthrough on this character. So that's going to be on Tuesdays when I'm doing my Bjorning playthrough. And we have Goldberry.
I bid you welcome, wanderer in the wood.
The spider. 2 spiders. We'll hop on bear form. You have come a long way for water into danger. Do you not know? It is true the water of my pool is the sweetest, and I would gladly share, but the forest is wild and untamed, unfriendly to those who do not belong. Take this bucket and draw from the pool. Unless your friend drink greedily, this will last far longer than water from the wells of Bree. Be wary as you journey back to the road, lest the forest trap you. My Tom is the master, but he is about his business and may not come to save you. Fare you well. Alright. So this is the wife of Tom Bombadil. She's in the books. Carrying water. Oh, that's right. We had a quest to carry water. Forgot about that. We need to kill more wolves. 5 more to be exact. So back what I was saying. Upload schedule. The newest expansions on Monday. The level 1 through 160 on Tuesday. On Wednesday, I'm just going to do older content. So I'll be playing through Mordor, Evandem, North Downs, Lonelands, and on those I'm going to focus on, like, a character will start in the Lonelands, and I'll try to play the entirety of the Lonelands. And the reason I want to do that is I have a lot of characters, and I don't want to just like stick with one class. I'd like to explore and play other classes. So like my hunter, he's in Mordor. So I'd like to play Hunter in Mordor, right? And then my Runekeeper, he's about to get to Eregion, so I'd like to play, a whole series on Eregion and focus in on the region. And the regions in Lord of the Rings Online, if you treat it right, it's almost like its own expansion, where it's its own questing hub, it has its own faction reputation, it has its own currency. And I really love that about it. I think every zone is quite unique in the game and worth playing through. Alright, where's the water we're supposed to bring? I can't remember. Oh. Take the water back to Graham. Searching for fresh springs. Oh. Yeah, we're not... Okay, that's back at Adso's camp. Darn it. That's why I don't remember, because that was so long ago. Okay, well, we came back a little early. I got confused. So Adso's camp was like 2 or 3 episodes before this, and you can enter the old forest through the northern part, and I didn't do that here, so that's why that's a thing. Okay. Some more. We gotta kill a few more wolves. So looking for those guys. Okay, and then on sorry, I'm getting distracted. Back on my schedule. Wednesday is gonna be just like older content. Thursday, I'm gonna continue my Lore Master series, where I go through and read all of the quests and the exploration deeds. I think that's been one of my favorite things I've been doing. It's not the most popular on the channel, but I really enjoy it. So I started my whole channel off because I thought the deeds in Moria were really, really elaborate and really well written, and so I wanted to like explore the lore on that. So we did that on Thursdays, and then on Fridays on Fridays, we're doing starter zones for now. So I want to go through all the starter zones in the game, and then I think what we'll do is double up on maybe this series. Maybe this series eventually will be on Friday as well, just because this is going to take so long. And then on Saturday, we're going to do explorations, where I don't talk at all. I just walk around in the zone, almost an ASMR kind of effect. And then on Sundays, those are going to be tips, class guides, tier lists, maybe updates to the game. There was an update for the Guardian, and I made a video on that. So that's going to be Sunday. And I like to try and keep my episodes around 30 minutes, simply because that's more manageable for me. I don't have a lot of time to play. And that's a nice little window where I can put 30 minutes of play or whatever recording and then upload it later. So that is the thought process. I spoke too soon. I said I remember the old forest, and clearly I don't, because I'm getting very lost already. That is one... You could argue it's an upside to Lord of the Rings Online. It's really hard to traverse the world sometimes and to navigate, just because the world is so massive. That could be a good thing or a bad thing. In places like the Old Forest, Goblin Town, I'm trying to remember other really difficult places to navigate. Erlaskalin, the Mirkwood, Northern Mirkwood, that place is really hard to figure out where you're going. You need to be in bear form more often, I think. Okay, so we got a quest. Alright, we're going to run back to the gate, turn this in, then run here, and then go talk to Tom Bombadil. And we'll probably end the episode when we find Tom Bombadil. We do have, this is our trait system, if you're not familiar. So we are spec'd into the red line, which is all classes in the game have blue, red, and yellow. And basically, that's just the that's the spec. So yellow is kind of a hybrid, where you are more of a healer, but you can also still ship-shape to the tank. Red line is purely for DPS. Blue line is purely for tanking. So I'm just spec'd into the red line for now, just so I can kill things quick. You know, speed up the process. Right, let's see what this last quest is.
Can I take a moment of your
Giant
time?
spiders are a menace to everyone, but they have until recently been only a few in the Old Forest. Now their webs can be found in many places. Defeat the spiders in Western and Southern Old Forest. If you hold Control left-click, you can actually view things in your cosmetic panel on what they will look like on your character. I find that to be extremely helpful. We'll pick this up. I don't know if we will do it. Eventually we will have a quest to go kill the mother spider, for lack of a better word. The queen, yes, the queen. I don't know why I said mother spider. But we may not do that. I'm not sure. So my goal with this is to focus on, like this series, focus on the main quests, but anywhere where side quests don't necessarily coincide with what I'm doing in the main, I'll probably skip them. Sometimes the side quests are really cool, and in some zones, side quests are like a necessity to advancing the plot. Other times the side quests are kind of like meh. So sometimes you gotta like have some judgment on what is passable and what is playable. So I'm gonna kind of just leave it up to if am I feeling it or not. Does it seem like an interesting quest or not? In this case, there's not a lot of quests in the Old Forest, so we're gonna try and pick up them all.
Hello.
Got a wolf coming over here. So totally Brockhouse sent you. Good. I've discovered something very odd happening in the Old Forest. As you may be able to find, I have a strange glade to the southeast infested with monstrous spiders. I've never seen the like before. Almost makes me believe those stories about old Mad Baggins from Hobbiton. Even though it is not the worst of yet, I saw a tree walking about, covered in scars, looking every leaf had fallen off of it. I tell you, if it were the old man Willow himself to come stalk the Old Forest, it would not be so cruel. Something has this fort in dire state.
Please, stay a moment.
Discover the source of the forest's unrest. Okay, this is what I was going to wait on, because...
Can I take a moment of your time?
A matron in the hollow. Defeat Libernino. One thing I know about spiders is that they typically move in broods. As the head of the brood, you are likely to find a queen. Yes.
Please,
Evil
stay
on
a
8
moment.
legs. Defeat spiders in the South Old Forest and collect Forester's pack. Before you go now, as I said, I think the nest of spiders has found something to do with all of the queerness stirred up in the forest. You make your way into the heart of the nest of the tree. Maybe you can clear out some of the spiders and collect my pack. The spider's nest is south across the willow glade. So this is what I'm talking about. This will all coincide because Tom Bombadil's house is up here. So we're going to head straight south of here. And we got to kill the queen. We got to kill spiders, collect his pack. And then we also find, in doing so, we will discover the source of the corruption of the Old Forest. And it's all nicely tied together. Plus, I think there's a spider killing deed. So we might be able to get some Lotro points. Let's see. I need to go over this way. So typically with a Bjorning, on red line at least, rotation wise, you want to be in man form because you want to spread bleeds, and then you want to hop into bear form, and then bear form is more for DPS. Man form is more for spreading debuffs and damages over time and healing. So that's kind of why Bjorning is an interesting playstyle, because you're going to be hopping in and out of man form. And there's different abilities for each form. So it's pretty interesting. Now, you theoretically could just... Oh. Yeah, I forget. I have it hotkeyed and I forget which button is this. You could just stay in bear form. There probably is something to that, especially in a lower level. Because I do pretty good DPS. I do have a ranged ability in the bees, and that does pretty good damage, especially when you tear it up. Yeah, so we gotta kill 50 spiders to get the deed. Spider Bane is probably what it's called. Marifil's flower. Is this another deed? I think it is a deed. Here's his pack. And they hop out of the trees. That's creepy. Okay. You can tell in these older zones that it's not nearly as fleshed out. I was just playing in Legacy of Morgoth, and just like the art assets they use in the newer expansions is like mind-blowing. Like, it's just crazy the amount of work they put into these other zones. They feel like real fleshed out places. And some of these older zones are just like really bare, which doesn't bother me. Like, I still think the older zones are super awesome. Wait, do we have to go 24 spiders? Oh my goodness, that's a lot of spiders, dude. That's a lot of nuts. He just left with nuts. I don't need to kill the crawlers, I don't think. Oh yeah, we need a barrow iron. I do need barrow iron, so I need to collect that. I walked past a few because I was talking and not thinking. So I do need barrow iron. We're gonna need to, because that's what I need to tier up my prospecting with, as you can see. Yep, and I really need silver, silver and gold. I need to pay attention to, because silver and gold is how I will make jewelry. There are lots of ways you can get gear in Lord of the Rings Online nowadays. You can use the enchantment emotes, or the motes of enchantment is what it's called. He's by the fountain in Bree. He sells currency that you can get, basically gear that'll tier up with you, so that's very, very helpful. Look at all these spidos. Creepy crawlies. So yeah, in man form, as you can see, they have a debuff. In man form, I hit him with my slash and my serrated edge, and that puts a bleed on him. And then so that as I go into bear form, that's ticking damage over time, and then my bear does melee damage. So it's pretty fun, especially later on, because I think there's a talent for your serrated edge can hit multiple targets. Ah, right there's the queen. Oh yeah, I remember. So later on in the red line, you get down here to broad thrash. Thrash tiers up 3 hits now, and it hits up to 5 targets. So if you put a bunch of bleeds on everybody, then you can go into bear form and attack 5 targets. So you really can just like rack them up and knock them down. I also like expose weakness because you put a debuff on your primary target with that. We also have Ferocious War, which gives us Wrath and 100% crit chance for your next attack. So I need to start using that too. Alright, so there it is. So now, the other thing I like about Bjorning is you can, when you're in bear form, you can hit this Wanderlust ability where you sprint. Old Haunted Barren Oak. Discover the source of the forest's corruption. Unrest. Alright, so we've done all the quests, except we need to kill this thing, I guess. You can also hit Exposed Weakness on bear form. So we'll use that for Ferocious Roar. I do increased critical strike. And we got Lotro points. I'm gonna make sure all these roots are dead so we can sprint out of here. Alright, we are back over here. I'm gonna turn in that quest to that hobbit. Alright.
Hello.
Good riddance. We're better off without the queen creeping around.
Is there something I can
Leave
do?
all night legs we
What do you
finished.
need?
Alright, and then looks like well, he wants us to go back. Do we run back and turn the... We're kind of in the middle, so I think we run back and turn these in Buckland. And then we get to Tom Bombadil's house and then call it end of this episode, I think. Because Tom Bombadil, I think we talked to him, and then I think when we talk to him, now we're transitioning into... we'll just run. I don't want to dismount right now. We transition into the Barrow-downs. So I want to make sure I'm not leaving things. So this is a classic MMORPG, so there's going to be a lot of running back and forth. That's just kind of the nature of the game. Luckily, we're able to ride a mount, so it makes it quite simple and fast. So we'll run back, make sure we turn all these quests in. We're not overlooking anything that we might want to do. We don't need this remove poison thing. Alright.
What do you need?
I have always thought that the old Gilly was a touched when he talked about the 3 trees moving in their own accord. If you have dealt with the threat, then all shall be well, and I will do my best to keep a look over my shoulder of the trees closing in upon as I make my rounds in the old forest. Yeah. Okay, so we'll get a ring. Yeah, it's got vitality. So it's a little better than what we have. That's also kind of the fun about an MMO. You're always getting a little better. You're always working towards a goal. Okay, we're heading on the path north. We're gonna go to Tom Bombadil's house, which is right here in this nice little green clearing. Talk to Tom Bombadil. He's got like a little well, little garden beds. And
At least we won't be spending another second stuck in Buckland.
Marigold Boffin is the one that takes us to an instance. So this is Tom Bombadil's house. And this is like some of the best music in the game, I think. I love the music in Tom Bombadil's house. Tom Bombadil's house is in the far eastern end of the river Withy Wendell in the Old Forest. Strider told you to seek out someone named Tom Bombadil and ask for his aid, finding the crabine that flew into the Old Forest. This is one of the best tracks in the Lord of the Rings Online. Love this music. So this is where the hobbits come after their... well, they go through the old forest, and they get trapped by the willow. Okay, here's Tom Bombadil right here, outside his house.
Hey, come, Derry Doll, can you hear me singing?
Oh, now. Hey, now. What's all this fussing? We've not had so many guests since our wedding. There is time enough for bird watching, but perhaps first a song or two, Hardy. Let my heart fly free and put aside your worries.
Now let the fun begin. Let us sing together.
My Goldberry is away at her spring, and I was going lily hunting. I've no time for chasing birds. But ho now, Aragorn's a name I know, and a friend of old Tom's. Here then my offer. While old Tom looks for sour crows, you'll gather lilies for my lovely. I saw some along the river, just a hop and a jump away, just along until ring-a-ding-dillo you find old man Willow. Watch out for the old grey willow man. He's a mighty singer. He'll sing you down to sleep and drown you if you don't be careful. So Tom Bombadil is a really interesting character. He's very, very, very whimsical. And he lives here in this very dark, dreary, depressing forest, and he's very joyful and jovial, and this is actually Old Man Willow right here. This is what traps the hobbits. So the interesting thing about Tom Bombadil is he's as old, if not older, than Treebeard. And Gandalf gives us some reference in the books to like how old he is, and he is super old. So there's a lot of theories on like what exactly that means, but one of my favorite parts in the book, and the entirety of the book, is when the hobbits are at his house, and they're all sitting at the table talking about stuff, and Tom Bombadil's like, "Show me the ring." And he just knew Frodo had the ring of power, which is crazy because, like, how would he know that? And then Frodo's like, "Yeah, sure, here it is." And he puts on the ring, and everybody else that puts on the ring of power, they disappear. But when Tom Bombadil puts on the ring disappears. And it's fascinating. So it's like it has the reverse effect power on him. And so at the Council of Elrond, Gildor, the elf, says, "Why can't we just give the ring of power?" When they're discussing what to do with the ring, and he's like, "Why can't we just give it to Tom Bombadil?" And Gandalf says it holds no power on him, but that's kind of a problem because he would most likely lose it because he doesn't care about it.
Now let the fun begin.
So,
let us sing together.
He's such a likable character. He's like immensely powerful, but he's just not like, he's just doing his own thing, And they talk about Tom Bombadil taking the ring to Mount Doom, and Gandalf's like kind of similar to Treebeard. He's like, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm just on the wood side, right? They're kind of neutral, and Tom Bombadil is just like a neutral, moral, good character that's not involved in any wars. Lily's white for a river daughter, stronger than hobbit folk are you, for out sang Willow Man, not a lily crushed nor leaf bent. Old Tom's a merry fellow, but he knows when it's time for dancing and to go to a whiting. He's found your birds, and none too soon. If you seek them out, you'll seek them now, unless you wish to sleep beneath green grass.
Ring a dong, hop along, follow the willow.
So we'll get some swords. Talon, it looks like a orc sword. And a club. So this is Book 1, Chapter 10, Into the Barrow-downs. Find and defeat the Kerbine and their master, blackbirds slittering and fluttering, skipping among the branches. They came to rest where the restless walk. Beware the old burrows. They stir, and when they should be sleeping, go north, up the path, follow old the Barrow road, and south within the Barrow's wall, along the forest eaves. Hey dole, merry do. And there you'll find them. Watch for the Lady Drury. Now hop along, my hearties. Tom's a-going leaping. What a weirdo. Okay, now this is an instance quest.
At least we won't be spending another second stuck in Buckland.
Now this is Root and Rot. Marigold has offered a guide for you to force investigate. I've never done this, so we might go ahead and do this one while we're here. And then Tom Bombadil gave us a quest to go into the Barrow-downs. We might do the Barrow-down in the next one. I think we're going to try this. Let's see how it goes. Sometimes the instances...
The denizens of the old
Oh,
forest
stuck.
stir restlessly, unnerved by lately appearing strange creatures. Aware of the danger this poses to Buckland, Marigold Boffin has brought you to the forest to further investigate. Oh, don't worry. I know the old forest like the back of me hand.
Oh, it's nice that she narrated. Sometimes with these old quests, that can be fun, but I'm not a fan of, they call them escort quests, where essentially there's an NPC that you're going with, and this NPC has to walk in a pathing that's programmed in order to progress, and this is one of those. I'm not a huge fan of these, because you're kind of at the mercy of this NPC walking to the correct trigger point. It just kind of breaks the immersion for me. It seems clunky, and I don't know. I just, not a fan. So I try to avoid these in general, but because of this playthrough, I do want to cover most of what the game has to offer, and that includes instances like this. So we got spirits. We're getting to the root of the problem, essentially. So on a Bjorning, the red Bjorning especially, I think yellow is similar. You want to start off in man form. You want to spread your bleeds, and then you want to hop into bear form to kind of clean everything up. Bear form does greater melee damage, but man form does all of the bleed damage, and the damage is over time.
Wait. I see the tree creatures over there. We ought to listen to their conversation. It might help us figure out what is going on.
Many shades have been drawn to the sword. Excellent. Oh.
The Gaunt Lord will be satisfied. Once he gets what he wants, this forest will be ours. Do not disappoint me.
Oh, it's cool this quest is voice acted.
This is our chance.
Let me throw some consumables on us.
Forest. Not while we're here.
So these are wood trolls. These guys are real creepy. Now, there is some lore involving wood trolls. And I believe like basically there are trees, and like all the trees are somewhat intelligent in Middle Earth, and then there are horns.
This day keeps getting stranger and stranger.
The ghosts are being drawn to the forest because of the sword. We need to find it.
Let's leave
Travel
before
now.
another ghost shows up.
So talk to Tom Bombadil. Oh, good thing we did that. Anyways, back on the wood trolls. Basically, like Hjorns are like the second level of intelligent trees, and then Ents are like the final stage. But apparently, before you get to Horn, wood trolls can become corrupt, and it's basically a corrupt tree that is mobile.
A fellow tall, a cruel sword, the wicked dead a calling. By my boots, both I've spied, close by old man Willow.
A scar, blind on forest green. The trolls, they spread their mischief there. Stay a while to other paths, and you may turn yet to be safe. Tom must be a-going to gather lilies for his goldberry.
Seek you to break the sword? Old Tom won't stop you.
Talk to Marigold. So she's in the house now. No, oh, sorry, Marigold Boffin.
Wood trolls?
Yeah.
Well, that's a first for me.
Complete Will of the Willow on any difficulty. Wood trolls, well, that's a first for me. Many hobbits have faced in the first place. I should have guessed Tom wouldn't be interested in coming with us, but no matter. We can find Old Man Willow on our own. If you have friends, you want to call on them instead. I'll stay behind to watch your back. Now, this is an instance, so if we click on the instance finder... am I even the right level? Complete Owen Willow, any difficulty. All I have is epic battles. I don't know to this, actually. I know this is an instance. I don't know how to do it, though. I might have to do some research on that. Never mind. We will just progress. Morgul Blade Trophy. We'll progress and head into the north, or into the Barrow-downs. We might do this, we may not. I think I've done this once before. So that was Tom Bombadil and Tom Bombadil's house. And there is a little camp up here where we can grab a bunch of quests, and we might progress further. We'll probably do an episode or two in the Barrow-downs. It doesn't take the longest time ever. Alright, here's that camp right before you get into the Barrow-downs.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Carriers of disease. While we pushed through the friends and the fog, we lost a few people. Some headed deeper into the mists of the Barrow-downs, and we hope they survived to reach a safe location in the south. Others were stricken with a terrible pox. One of these men was not as ill as others, but being sick, he offered to take word back to Bree, requesting help. I fear that the disease comes from the crawlers and the rats infesting this land. If this is true, then we shall have need of a clear path with the Barrow-downs, so we have a safe path. If you are willing, kill the creatures, be wary. Their bites, and even their flesh, may cause some vile illness.
Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
I came here to find my missing daughter, Lilia. I am terribly worried about her. You see, she'd be going on about the last prince. One of Mr. Butterbur's tales. It's one of his better ones, that's for sure. But I'd say the tale isn't quite the truth of it. Lilia has been going on a long while. I fear she has come here to the Barrow-downs in search of this prince of hers. So that's actually a very interesting tidbit of lore we will get into. That's actually in the books.
A moment of your time, friend.
Before my journey here to the Barrow-downs, I did some reading and learned about the area. I learned about the barrows of the three men of Cardolan, Tiradan, Oron, and Ringdor. I would surely like to have found some evidence to keep my journey to those places. Try digging up the entrances to those barrows. I believe they lie in the northeast area of the Barrow-downs.
Greetings, friend.
Can we sell stuff to this guy? Yes, we can. We don't need Eredluin or Swanfleet, so we'll sell all that stuff. Get some money. Alright.
Would you do
the Dead
something
Spire.
for me?
I've lived a long time here in Bree-land, but in my long life I've never taken the time to learn the land's history. Now, near the end of my days, I found I wanted to know what came before. I joined this trip at the Barrow-downs with hopes of finding some keepsakes or some rubbings. It seems that the Barrow-down has had a design of their own. I remember tromping over the hills as a lad, seeing some of the barrows had fallen into ruin. I remember lots of broken stones covered in ruined letters littering the ground, especially near the Dead Spire. I wanted a few of those stones for my own. Are you interested in bringing me some? That's a really awesome goat mount this guy has. Kimley. What is the goat he's riding on? How do I see that? Whatever.
Stay a moment.
Claiming the wake. The constables warned us of a report of evil and swelling pouring out of the Barrow-downs. It appears we should have listened. Here we are now, holed up in this hollow in the foreboding forest at our west, unknown terrors at our east. Perhaps it is fortune that brings you here. We are in dire need of aid, and it seems that your arrival is providence. It seems that the passage of some shadow has stirred this land and surrounded in its evil. So we need to kill Barrow-wites
Might I take a moment of your time?
and defeat Borgas. In all of your years of heading these haunted lands, never have I seen anything like this. You must trust me, friend. I would never have taken folk into the Barrow-downs had I known what walked here. We shielded them as best we could, but the fright is too much to ignore. It is the howling of the Barghast. It will drive us mad if we cannot quell it. Okay. Tons of quests. We might run over and do the book quest. You know, I think we'll pick these quests up. And maybe we will end the episode here because it's kind of weird to do. Well, I don't know. Let's progress and do the Tom Bombadil storyline, because that falls in line with Tom Bombadil. Now that I think about it, so we'll run over here, and then in the next episode we'll do all these quests in the Barrow-downs. So this is the Barrow-downs, the Northern Barrow-downs. It's a little bit safer than the Southern Barrow-downs because the Southern Barrow-downs has the Great Barrow, which is a instance. It's our first raid, actually. Oh, this is the guy with the crows. Fool, did you think that my pets would not learn the ring? You have failed utterly. When the Master of the Nine returns, he shall learn of this. That was the whole point of us going into the Old Forest, is to catch these crows. We can send our bees and kill him. Get him. Dun da da da. You defeated Andrest. Talk to Tom Bombadil at his home. Now we can sprint. Sprint, 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 because we're a bear. Alright, we're gonna go back and talk to Tom. Well, shoot. I should have thought that through because we could have picked up all these quests and not read them all. Because it's gonna feel a little weird at the start of next episode rather than. But you know, it is what it is. Back into the Old Forest. It's weird that there's a wolf right here. There he is. He's still dancing. There is actually an emote, like a travel ability you can get where you dance like Tom Bombadil. And I've seen some people have it. It's so obnoxious. Why can I not change out of man form right now? What's our bear form? What is happening? Thank you. I think I'm hitting lag.
Ring a dong, hop along, follow the willow.
Yeah, it's kind of gibberish what he's saying.
Hey, come, Derry Dole, can you hear me singing?
The Great Barrow is not a place for the weak hearts or frail limbs. Wicked wights and evil lords make merry in their terror. They have never caught old Tom and never will. He's the master. If you be going, Tom will take you. So this is the instance where we go to the Great Barrow. We actually
hear me singing.
Go to the
An
entrance.
unholy alliance is forged within the depths of Othrangroth, the Great Barrow, a sinister pact which could spell doom for Eriador.
So this is the Southern Barrow-downs. This is Othragoth, the Great Barrow. Go to the entrance. Come, Skorgrim. That's the Witch King and Skorgrim. The Witch King is the one that basically sent power to create the Barrow-downs. So the Barrow-downs was actually a fortification of the Dunedain. But during the War of Angmar and Arnor, the Witch Kings basically sacked it, and he sent evil spirits, because these were all tombs, to raise the undead into wights. So the Dower Hands, these are dwarfs loyal to Angmar. And the dwarf quest line kind of delves more into them and why they are opposed to the Free Peoples. And there are other dwarf clans in the lore. The Durance folk, what we are commonly familiar with in Gimli and Thorin and the Company of the Hobbit. The Blue Mountains, Erebor, and Moria are Durance folk. And in Mount Gundabad, but there are dwarfs in other mountains, there are dwarfs loyal to Sauron. And Lord of the Rings does a pretty good job of introducing us to other factions of dwarfs. Skuldor. The volume is a wee bit loud. Back to 20. You heard Lord Skorgrim. No one gets past us. Kill them fools. You know, it would be terrifying to see this giant bear coming at you. Why is my bees not on my hotbar? What happened? You know, there's an actual way you can lock your hotbar so you can't accidentally drag stuff off. I forget how to do that. Oh, I just collapsed on him. Deadly Barrow-wight. The dead suffer no intruders. There's the Witch King. Come Ivar, something await. What does it say? Oh, it says come Ivar awaits us. Ivar is the Gaunt Lord, and we end up killing him in Garthur Garwin in the Lowlands. There's a whole another instance chained to him. So in the books, Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin get captured by Barrow-wights. And interesting, that is where Merry picks up a sword of Westernness. So basically a sword forged in Arnor. And when the War of Angmar and Arnor kind of came to its conclusion before the walls of Carn-dûm, which is the fortress of Angmar, Glorfindel came to attack the Witch King, and the Witch King fled because Glorfindel's like a major... He's like a big boy boss, you know? Anyways, Glorfindel, like, basically gives a prophecy that not by the hands of men shall the Witch King be slain, and that he'll be slain by a sword of Westernness. So, fast forwarding into the War of the Ring, Merry picks up the sword of Westernness here in the Barrow-downs, in the crypt, and he stabs the Witch King, and then Éowyn kills him, and that's when she says, "You don't look upon a man, you know, I'm a woman," or whatever. So, it all ties together. It's pretty interesting. And now the dead shall take you. Now I'm not hearing any music. We have journals. Am I able to read these journals? Doesn't look like it. I don't remember what those journals do. Now I'm getting no music, which stinks, because I want to hear some music, I just don't want it to be blaring. Sam Brog. Thou seeks an audience, thou must approach. Well met, my master sends thee greetings. I grant thee the boon and an audience before I kill thee. Thou seemed desirous in certain knowledge, so I'll give it to thee, for the dead speak not, the white cackles. My master seeks a great power for the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord has more designs than this. The pale dwarf shall go to the north and gather an army in the name of Angmar and the Witch King. The Gaunt One, a great power himself, and to whom I owe this form, goes to the east. There in Angmar he shall awaken a power that lies sleeping in the waters. With her under his command, the skies will turn to blood, and all shall despair. Arise, my... Look at his armor. His armor's sweet, dude. Alright, we're gonna hop in man form. We're gonna throw Hearten, a heal on ourselves, and apply our bleeds. Ferocious Roar, and into bear form. Now I think he stuns us or something. Or we fight him for a while and there's not a whole lot we can do. He heals himself. This cannot be. There he is. The man of the hour. What you be thinking, dead man? You should not be waking. Vanish into sunlight. Leave your barrows empty.
Now let the fun begin. Let us sing together.
See what I mean? He's like obnoxious, but completely likable at the same time. Mr. Tom. Like, the way he dances is like, dude, what are you doing?
Saruman the White has become the jailer of Mordor. It was he who orchestrated my capture and imprisoned me atop Orthanc. Why here the Windlord came to my rescue and saved me from this accursed tower. All would have been lost if Strider hadn't found Frodo and the hobbits.
So when you do the book epic quests, you will get cutscenes. So that is actually Gandalf, the voice actor. The darkness is behind us.
Come, Derry Dole, can you hear me singing?
In the dank and dreary tomb, we'll make our way back into the light and feel the sun on our faces once more. So, we have an axe, which it looks pretty good, actually. Alright, we have heavy pants, but we can't see them, and shoulders. The shoulders aren't bad. I think we will grab the axe because that's going to be a better stat. We can make our own jewelry. We cannot make our own weapons.
Now let the fun begin. Let us sing together.
Old Barrow-wights from Angmar come. They disturb the peace and trouble folk who wander through the mounds. Let the dead sleep and their troubles be in the earth, unless, of course, wake them dancing on their rooftops. So this is Book 1, Chapter 12, The Black Rider's Design. Talk to Strider. We're going through the Barrow-downs, and we helped Tom Bombadil, or rather he helped us, take out some Barrow-wights in the Barrow-downs. Now we're going to go back to the Barrow-downs, but we have a lot of quests to do there. But first, we hit level 20. We are here in South Bree, and before we do anything else, this is on a free-to-play account, and so as you see, all of these things are golded out, meaning I can't travel there. But I'm going to show you a trick that maybe somebody didn't know. I'm going to go to the Ettenmoors now that I'm level 20. Ettenmoors is the PvP zone, and so it's available to free-to-play players, so that you have the option of playing versus real people in monster play. But for my purposes, there is something extremely useful about the Ettenmoors. So if you go into the Ettenmoors and you pick up this quest here called Tutorial
Take a moment of your time.
Battle on the Ettenmoors. And we run over here past the fountain. These are actually players walking around. Turn this quest in.
Will avenge me.
Continue the tutorial.
Mind my words, traveler.
Then we come over to an NPC.
What do you need?
Turn that in. And then we turn this in.
The shadow must fall.
And we get a map. Where did it go? Here. And we learn the map. Now we can return to Glan Vireg. Now what this is a 10-second, hold on, a 1-minute cooldown. So it's 60-second cooldown, and it will bring me to this location in 60 seconds. And then the reason this is super helpful is right here, this stable master
How can I be of service?
Gives me a swift travel to Rivendell, Mickle Delving, Thorn's Gate, or South Bree. So now, a 60-second cooldown. I can get to South Bree in under a minute. And this is by far the most helpful travel ability on a free-to-play account. Alright, so after that little travel tip, we are right here, right outside of Bree, and this is right here as an entrance to the Barrow-downs. So in a previous episode, we picked up all these quests, and then we finished that Tom Bombadil sort of quest line. Now we're going to go into the Barrow-downs and start doing the quests. We have Unfortunate Traveler here. What does this do? Ah. Failed delivery. The body is cold to the touch. The wounds appear fresh, though a lack of blood surrounding the man's body is disturbing. In his hand, the man clutches a note. Speak with one of the survivors of the ill-fated expedition to the Barrow-downs. Alright, so to recap here, we need to defeat wights, we need to defeat crawlers, we need to dig up lore fragments, we need to defeat Barghests, which are these dogs over here. We need to deliver a note to the oh wait, this one is Theoden. He is in Bree, but that actually starts the Lonelands quest, so we do not want to delete that one, we want to save that. Then we need to collect stone fragments at the Dead Spire. Search for Lelia, who was, I think, a hobbit that was missing from Bree. And then deliver the failed delivery. So we have a lot to do here. It's well within our level range. We are, of course, on our Bjorning. We are spec'd into the red line. And the red line, you want to be doing damages and bleeds while in human form, and then you switch into man form to do kind of bigger damages. So this is the Barrow-downs. It's extremely oppressive, kind of creepy zone, but with good reason. So in the lore of Lord of the Rings, the Barrow-downs were a burial ground for ancient Dunedain. And when the War of Angmar between Arnor and Angmar really kicked up to high gear, the Rangers basically had a fortress settlement here in the Barrow-downs, along with Cardolan to the south of here, and Arthedain in the Lonelands, and Rudour in the Lonelands and Trollshaws. Those were the three sort of sub-factions of Arnor. Here's Lilia. So I think this is a travel quest where we have to defend her as she travels. So we'll...
Goodness, could you help me with something?
I came here to find the last prince, like Mr. Butterbur talks about in his stories. I was going to find him and be with him forever and be his princess, but he wasn't here to be found. There's just all these skeletons and bones walking dead. Isn't a nice place. It's misleading young hobbits like that. When you are ready to go, help me go back home to Bree. And if we do this quest... Oh, look, that shield's pretty cool. It's got like a spider emblem on it. I like this one. This would be really good if you're doing a Rohan outfit. So we might save that and put that in our wardrobe. So I think it's technically called an escort quest, where we just have to like follow this NPC. Another tip, if you select the NPC you're following and hit enter /follow, your character will automatically follow. So actually I'm not hitting any keys. This can be extremely helpful and beneficial in really annoying quests. It looks kind of ridiculous, but you don't have to like babysit the NPC. Your character will just follow them. So, especially in Lord of the Rings Online, this can be quite helpful. So she talked about meeting the last prince, and I believe that is a reference to the last prince of Arthedain. So back into the Tolkien lore, Angmar sent evil spirits into the burial grounds and basically rose all the corpses, and the Dunedain had to evacuate, and this became known as the Barrow-downs, and so it's never really become back to normal ever since the Witch King. And the last prince, I think, is a reference to the prince that died here. He is the last prince of Arthedain. So, I believe that's what we're talking about. But we will see. We also have pages I saw. And I'm not quite sure what the pages are about. I don't remember. So I really like all the lore of Arnor. Arnor is, you know, it was a sister companion to Gondor. So both are descendants of Numenor, who are the faithful that were loyal to the free peoples of Middle-earth, and to Iluvatar, who's kind of the capital G god figure in Middle-earth. And then there was another faction of Numenor called the Black Numenorians that were loyal to Morgoth. So there's basically a civil war. And the faithful traveled to Middle-earth and made the settlement of Gondor and Arnor. So Arnor was the kingdom in the north part of Middle-earth, and Gondor is the kingdom in the south part of Middle-earth. So we see a lot of Gondor in, like, the Lord of the Rings movies. That's like where Minas Tirith is, and Ithilien, and Osgiliath, all those places. And Arnor had Fornost, Numenos, Cardolan, Tharbad, lots of settlements. But over the long years of basically deterioration and waning, Arnor was separated into 3 factions, smaller factions that were weaker. And Rudauer ended up joining the Witch King, and Rudauer and Angmar are the ones that basically destroyed Amansul, which is now called Withertop. So there is a lot of interesting lore. So these escort quests are pretty boring, and this is kind of where a game like Lord of the Rings Online kind of shows its age, because the pathing and the intelligence of the NPC is kind of annoying. But it is what it is, and we actually have to kill these things anyways, so we might as well do all these quests. So another cool thing about the Barrow-downs is the hobbits end up coming here. They come out of the old forest, they get to the Barrow-downs, and they get captured by a Barrow-wight. And in the books, Frodo is actually conscious and sees the Barrow-wight. Oh, right here, White Prince. So this is probably the last prince of Arthedain right here. This is a direct reference to the lore. Interesting, okay. Anyway, so Frodo is conscious, and he sees the Barrow-wight trying to, I guess suck the life out of them, for lack of a better word. They're very similar to, like, Dementors from Harry Potter. It's very similar, the Barrow-wights are. Of course, Tolkien wrote this way before J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter, so... But a lot of similarities in the Barrow-wights and Dementors. But anyways, the hobbits end up getting a bunch of weapons from Westerness, and Merry ends up picking a sword from the Barrow-wight tomb because the Arnorian soldier that was killed was buried with his sword. And later in the Return of the King book, Merry ends up stabbing the Witch King in the Battle of Pelennor Fields, which has huge lore ramifications because the Witch King is a wraith, so he technically cannot be killed by, like, the mortal world, because he lives in the unseen world. It's basically like the spirit world in Tolkien lore. But Glorfindel, in the Battle of Carndum, basically curses the Witch King and saying that his doom is assured, but he will not be killed by the hands of man. There's kind of prophecies in the Lord of the Rings Online. So, like, one comes to mind is, not all who wander are lost. That's actually a direct prophecy reference to Aragorn. And another one is the hands of the king will be hands of a healer. And there's like a prophecy in the Return of the King book that before Aragorn would take the throne, he would come into Minas Tirith and would heal people. And it's exactly what he does. Pretty interesting. So back on the whole tomb thing and the Sword of Westerness, and Merry stabs the Witch King, and that's when Arwen of Rohan ends up killing him, because that's that famous line in the movie and in the book where the Witch King says, no living man can kill me, and Arwen says, I'm not a man, I'm a woman. So, it's just interesting how the lore all ties together so well. That's one reason I really like Lord of the Rings, and I really like Lord of the Rings Online, because it's a really good, faithful adaptation of the Tolkien universe. You know, we're adding the prince in the Barrow-downs is a nice little touch where it expands upon the existing lore without, you know, breaking any canon or making any weird jumps to conclusions, or, you know, writing something in that's not really there. Seeking Wandering Shade. This is some kind of riddle. Let's just accept. Now, this character is a prospector, metalsmith, and jewel crafter, and the reason that is so I will be able to make all of my own gear needed. I can make all of the gear on the right side of this panel in my metalsmithing, and all the gear on my left side in my jewel crafting. So the only thing I really need to make is a cloak, which is not a huge deal, and my weapon. And when I hit level 50, I will get a legendary weapon, and so that's not going to be a big deal anyways. So, in theory, and in reality, I will be able to craft helpful gear my entire playthrough on this character. And crafting in Lord of the Rings Online is amazing. It's extremely helpful, it's extremely fun, and is well worth your while, and I don't know, I like the way it works. Okay, so we need to kill... we need to get more pages, I guess, is what we need to do. And it looks like these guys drop it, so maybe there's a chance that they drop it. We have some more players over there. We have a hunter and a guardian. The earth is undisturbed, perhaps southwest. Now these are... The earth is undisturbed, perhaps southwest. Now what is... Oh. Yeah, we have a quest down this way. I was talking and not paying attention. So the other cool thing about Bjorning is you can quick travel. Wait, is this repeatable?
Could you help me with something?
Yeah. I literally already did that quest. It must be repeatable, because I already did it and it didn't... Looks like I can do it again. Alright, so we've completed this one. I like it in Lotro, it also gives a check mark when you finish something. So I've done those. I need to seek the Wandering Shade Burrow and defeat crawlers. And what is this? Digging in the dirt is the one I need to figure out here. Those are up there. A ring wandered away. Seek a Wandering Shade Burrow. I also like Lord of the Rings Online, as opposed to other MMORPGs. Like when you have a bunch of quests, it gets kind of overwhelming and monotonous, and for some reason it just never feels like that in Lord of the Rings Online, and I'm not exactly sure why, because like my screen will be completely full of things I need to do. But I like the color coordination where it's like, you know, all the different colors that, and then also when you hover over something, you know, it will light up and highlight, so it'll show you where it is on the map. So I've always really liked that interface where I can have my screen full of things to do and it not feel really overwhelming. It actually feels like rewarding and fun. So we need to find the digging up the dirt and seek the Wandering Shade Burrow. Cryptic as it may be, it appears the shade is looking for something. Perhaps you can search many barrows throughout the Barrow-downs for clues. Not sure what that is referring. That's the riddle, I know. Now these are all barrows we can go into, and we might do that, but there might be a quest that takes us in there. I can't remember. Digging in the dirt. Oh. Oh, okay. So this was giving me a prompt, and I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so we need to dig these 3 locations. Yeah, so the earth here is undisturbed, perhaps. Has no effect, so we got to go to the front of the entrance of the Barrow-wights to dig here. Got it. So the reason I picked Bjorning is just because I think it's a good class. It has movement speed, can change it in and out of bear form, it can do a lot of healing, it can do some decent damage. Now other classes that are also really good solo and can handle a lot of different content would be the Warden, Captain, and probably Runekeeper or Lore Master, because they do a lot of good damage and can heal themselves. Actually, you know, come to find out, I think the Minstrel is also a really good class that can handle a lot of different stuff, because the Minstrel just pumps out so much healing, and the Minstrel can be played like a yellow line Runekeeper or a blue line Hunter, in that it has a lot of mobility. So you can, like, you know, kite mobs and run away from things and not really be in danger of getting killed. Okay. We might drop this quest because I don't really want to. I don't really like. I mean, it's not that I don't like riddles, but I don't really want to like try and figure that out and stop the recording and then like go research that quest. I'm not sure it's worth that. We'll go back to the expedition camp right here and turn all these quests in. Now, if you remember, this is when we came out of the old forest, we came down to this camp. So this is where we came through into the Barrow-downs. There's several ways you can come from Bree, you can come from Adsos campsite, you can come from the old forest. Several ways to get in here.
What do you need?
So that's a well done. He gave us a wrist. And that is actually better than what we have on. So we're going to equip that.
What can I do for you?
And you didn't say anything. We'll just accept.
Hello there.
I'm relieved you have returned. I was worried I'd sent you to your death. Now let me look at the lore fragments you brought back. These parchments are tripling. They appear to be written in men of Cardolan. They speak of the kingdom falling into ruin, and those remained falling victim to great plague, but that is all. That doesn't answer, though, why such fell creatures came to the Barrow-downs. I fear these fragments only yielded more questions than few answers.
Greetings, friend.
What fell creatures attacked you as you tried to gather these stones? I had not seen them. The guide keeps us well shielded from whatever it is that was attacking them. I'm glad you fared so well, my friend.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Treasures of Cardolan. It seems this may not be the first time that such terror has plagued these lands. The bits of parchment you recovered led me to believe that two brothers fought to recover a great treasure of Cardolan and brought it here to the northern Barrow-downs. The lore fragments you brought me mention a fortress named Osgorthad. The men of Cardolan took many of these who fell sick to the plague. The ruins of the fortress still stand today in the south. It is from there that a terror arose and cursed the brothers for their theft. If you're willing, seek the treasure and the history of the treasure in the northern Barrow, not far from here to the east. What's the shield look like? That shield is also pretty cool. This gear at the beginning levels is pretty cool, actually. This hop's name is Bob. Bob.
How can I be of service?
Alright.
Stay a moment.
Fled to the south. Our forces were split when we entered the Barrow-downs, and were set upon by wide spargas and all manner of fell creatures here. Some followed myself while others headed south. There is a place where the hill rises to separate the southern barrows and the northern barrows. It is called Dead Man's Perch, and I pray the same does not hold true. It overlooks southern Bree and is flat. And it's a flat area with oft camped if necessary. I pray you find the others there. Okay. Well, that's nice that these quests have already moved us kind of onwards. Yeah, we're gonna drop this withering whatever quest. I don't want to do that one. I'm not interested in really like 100% playthrough or doing every single quest. This series is gonna focus on the main overarching story, but I'm also gonna like be playing side quests in subzones. So, you know, in the greater scheme of the Bree-land, we are ready to progress the main story, but we haven't quested in all of Bree-land yet. We have the Barrow-downs here. So after we quest in North Barrow-downs and South Barrow-downs, we will hop back on the chapter quest, which is also known as the Epic, and that is talking to Strider and the Prancing Pony. We did all those quests and it brought us to Dead Man's Perch, which is kind of the middle point. Little questing expedition camp. Over there is Bree in the distance. So in this series we're going to focus on the epic quests firstly, and then secondly just sign as side quests, and we're just going to kind of explore what the game has to offer. So right here we have some...
I'm sorry to trouble you, but will you help me?
So kind of a tip, if you ever need to increase the font of the quests, down here at the bottom next to the decline is the little font letters and its little arrows, and you can make it bigger or smaller. Oh, what a fine, strong person you are. You remind me of my own poor sons. They've been gone for some time now, and I've heard nary a word from them. You see, it started with my son Malin. He was sure that there was treasures in the Barrow-downs for taking, and left seeking his fortune. After a few days passed, he didn't come back. I sent his brother, Amlek, out after him, and I've not heard from either. Now I've ventured here with these others, after my son Amlek said he'd camp by the Dead Man's Perch on the eastern cliff, but he was not here when we arrived. I think he's gone further south. So I need to find one of her sons. Oh, we got a ton of quests here. This is the quest that brought us to this guy. We just leveled up to level 21.
Stay a moment.
At the forest edge. At the forest edge, south through the Barrow-downs, there are many bears, suffering from a terrible plague. The only way I can see to save them from their agony is to destroy them and ensure they do not spread the plague into the remainder of the old forest. So defeat angry bears, and you will find the bears or plague carriers deep within the south of the old forest. Okay. There's another player right there. He looks like he's a warden. From death comes life. The corrupted trees must be purged out of the Southern Barrows, but they may yet return to the natural world. To determine this, I will need their seeds. Collect their seeds and then return them to me. If they can be saved, I will see that the seeds are brought to a place where they can grow into natural creatures once again. So corrupted trees in this game are called Hjorns, and that is actually pretty accurate to Tolkien lore. Then we have Purging the Dead, and this is technically supposed to be a fellowship. Now this is for the Great Barrow. We'll pick that up, but I don't really intend on doing instances. Instances are fun if you're going to get gear. I don't think it's very riveting storytelling, usually.
Stay a moment.
Unfortunate Harvest. Long have I lived within the bounds of Bree-land, and my family has long exchanged tales of people that lived in these lands. We spoke of their relationship with the old forest, and how it was by their hand that the old forest began to slide to ruin. It is for these reasons that I find sorrow in the lands, and not fear. Deep to the south, where the eaves of the wood are too strong to penetrate, you will find moving trees, who have been long separated from their brethren. Defeat corrupted trees. It's the same kind of quest we picked up earlier. Then we have a couple bounties.
Can I speak with you a moment?
Okay, so bounties are kind of like tasks. So we just got to collect Barghast eyes.
Would you do something for me?
Relics of Cardolan.
Stay a moment.
And white skulls. So we'll go ahead and pick those up. Those are more of a daily kind of thing. And the rewards, as we could see, are just recipes, which I'm not super... I'm not going to pursue that. That's not really a ward I'm looking to get into. I'm going to check my volume here really quick. Music is 30 and ambient. I'm going to put my ambient down to 70. Oop, ambient down to 75. Okay. Alright, so yeah, this is all the quests. That's the North Barrow-downs, and you kind of go up this little cliff bluff area, and we now transition into the Southern Barrow-downs. And we have silver over there, so I'm going to grab that. On this character, I am a prospector, metalsmith, and jewel crafter. And my intention with this is to level up my jewel crafting and metalsmith mastery, which would be the yellow anvil. And then maybe also grind my guild reputation. I can show that when I get to that point. And for all that to bring about the purpose of I will be able to craft all the gear, heavy gear on the right side of this character panel, and then I'll be able to craft all the jewelry on the left side of this panel, which will be excellent and keep me well geared through the entirety of this playthrough. Crafting is extremely helpful in Lord of the Rings Online, and is effective and is fun, so I like to do it. Alright, so let's we got a lot of quests for this area. We need to search for Amalek, that's the Lost Sun, defeat angry bears and crawlers, and that would be the south part down here in the corner. Collect seeds from corrupted trees, that's also in that south part. Corrupted trees, the south part. Barghasts and whites. Here's another silver. Yeah, so we want to grab as much silver as we can. Silver is a little bit harder to come by, and I need a little bit more to level up. Actually, no, I'm in gold now, so I honestly need to be in the Lone Lands to level up my crafting, which is fine. You want to be a little bit ahead on your crafting. You never want to get to a new zone and then like can't harvest anything, that is terrible, because then you got to go back and backtrack, and then it's just a mess. While I'm in bear form, I can activate Wanderlust, which gives me the movement speed of a mount. So that is immensely helpful. We are, of course, on the Bjorning here. Bjorning is a skin changer, able to change from man to bear form. The only downside about the Wanderlust ability is it clicks out once you're in combat, so you have to reapply it. Well, that's a little unfortunate, but still a really awesome ability. So we're going to head over this hill. We do have a bunch of quests, and eventually we'll do more things in the Great Barrow for instances, but I'm not sure I will do that. Another really cool thing about Lord of the Rings Online is you can kind of play what you want to play. If you want to do the instances, you can. Is it way to get gear? Is it complete storylines? Yes. But is it avoidable? Also yes. Like, it's not an essential part. Oh, there is a gold vein here, so that's good. That's the actual one I need to level up. So I like that about Lord of the Rings Online. I think as a game design... Wait a minute, expert. Oh. Okay, this is what I was talking about. So I actually need to tier up. I need to get all my barrow shoot. So I'm actually a little bit lower on my prospecting. So I can't harvest gold right now. So the way that works is I need to level up my journeyman before I can get to expert. And it requires expert prospecting to harvest gold. So, now that can be easily solved. We can go to a crafting hall or my player home. And I like to stockpile all that material in my player home. So that could easily be, within like 5 minutes, rectified. You just don't want to get too ahead of yourself with the crafting. You don't want to be like 5 or 6 levels down the road and not able to harvest anything. And it is well worth keeping your professions up to date. I have a lot of these weird worms in here we're going to kill. So in the last episode I was discussing the lore of the Barrow-downs, which is quite fascinating. So the ancient kingdom of Arnor was a sister kingdom to Gondor. So Gondor was the descendants of Numenor, kingdom of men to the south, and that's the one we see in the movies. And Arnor was the kingdom of men that resided in the north. And basically over the years, it kind of split into three. Arnor split into 3 factions: Cardolan, Arthedain, and Rhudaur. And then the Witch King comes into power in Angmar, and he basically wages war on Arthedain and Cardolan, and he ends up getting Rhudaur to join his ranks. So Rhudaur was located in the Trollshaws, and I think a little bit of the Lone Lands. And Arthedain was in the Lone Lands, and I think some of the Barrow-downs. No, I take that back. To the north as well. And then Cardolan was there is a zone, there's a region in Lord of the Rings called Cardolan. They resided there, and Cardolan resided here in Bree-land. And the Barrow-downs were a part of Cardolan. And the Barrow-downs were tomb sites of the ancient Dunedain. So the Rangers, who is, that's a faction that Aragorn is a part of, right? So anyways, during the War of Angmar, the Witch King sent spirits into the tombs, and that is where we get Barrow-wights. So if you remember in the books, the hobbits come across... These trees are tough. Wow. So these are Hjorns. These are corrupted trees. And I have to kill 8 of these guys for 2 quests, and I also have a deed. Now, I might go ahead and do my deed accelerator. I think I'm going to go do that. My deed accelerator gives me +2. You know what? I should have... Come to think of it. I should have saved the deed accelerator for when I get to the racial ability. And I can use the deed accelerator to more quickly get my racials unlocked. Because I really want to get... let's see. We can go to this... We can go to your character panel, and in the middle is my racial abilities. I only have 1 unlocked because I'm only level 20. I really would like to get honey cakes where I can make my own food, and the Orning Club and Axe bonus would be awesome. And that would make my man form plus 5% axe damage. So I'm pretty much always going to pick up an axe, and then eventually when I get a legendary weapon in Moria, I will have an axe. So that will be a stat that will translate very well. So if you are not familiar with the channel, I play a lot of the Lord of the Rings online. I like to do the quest texts and talk about the lore of Lord of the Rings in general and Middle-earth. I like to talk about the classes and what I like about it, what I like about the game. And I make class guides and lore videos. Because this is my favorite game. And I think it's great. And it coincides with one of my favorite book series. And Lord of the Rings Online does a great job of respecting the Tolkien lore, and also building on top of that and doing its own thing in a really good mesh. And I used to be a World of Warcraft player, and I defected because World of Warcraft sucks. And this game feels like old school World of Warcraft in a good way. And I have a lot to say in the realm. I think it's even better than Warcraft because it can be played free to play. It's not as it's more casual. Whereas like World of Warcraft is very demanding of your time and can be extremely toxic. Lord of the Rings Online is extremely friendly to your time. Rewards the players. And I don't know if I have ever met a toxic person in this game. Everyone is like really nice and pleasant. Mostly people just quest by themselves. But then the cool aspect of this game is like free to play is a special thing, or player versus player is a special thing you have to go into. You're not going to come across enemy factions, enemy players in the world, because everyone is playing the free peoples and you're fighting against the forces of evil. So that's another aspect I really like about this game that's kind of unique. You're all on the same team. That's fun. Some people like that. I don't like playing World of Warcraft and then like being out in the open world and then just getting like, you know, killed by a max level mob when I'm just trying to enjoy. Now you could play on like a role-playing server, not a PvP server. You know. But every server in the Lord of the Rings Online is either questing or like role-playing. So I just like that. I think that's cool. I like games that focus on teamwork. This game is actually free to play. It has a fantastic free to play model if you so choose to do so. Oh, you know what? I bet there's access to the old forest through there. I guess I never realized that. Okay, so we need to search for Amlek. Not sure where he is. Oh, he's up at the way top of there. I guess I missed him. We need... There's some silver, we'll grab that. I unlocked Lotro points, that's nice. We actually unlocked a trait point as well. So we're respecting to the red line, which is the DPS line. At Forest Edge, what is that quest? Defeat large barrow crawlers. Now these are actually inside of the bears too. So we might kill some more bears. And then we need 5 bar gas and 5 white skulls. Let's go back to our trait panel here. Every class in Lord of the Rings Online can be any... It can be blue, red, or yellow. Except some of them are only blue or red. But basically, are you going to be a DPS, or are you going to be a tank, or are you going to be a healer? Some classes are just different kinds of DPSs. But that's the general idea. And I love the trait system. It also feels like a classic MMORPG in that realm, where you have a lot of player choice in how you want to spec your character. Okay, let's see. We need 3 more of those worm guys. There's one over there. Now I'm trying to think strategically here. So execute I'm not a huge fan of, because execute takes your wrath. Now you need wrath to use other abilities, and as a rule I don't really like abilities that take wrath away, because that's the resource I use to cast other abilities. But if I use a point into execute, then I can come down here and get Savage Knockdown and Final Strike, and those are fantastic because that's an AoE ability where I stand up on my hind legs and like slash everything in sight, and I'm going to use that a lot, so I need to unlock that. But that will be 3 or 4 traits down the road. I like the idea of Savage Blows because it gives me plus melee damage, which is just overall, that's going to be damage in man form and bear form, so overall that's going to be beneficial. So I like that idea, mostly. I can also spec more damage into beast form. At plus 5% B damage. So that's really, really good. But I think I'm still going to just trait into might. Oh, I said melee damage. It's melee damage, right? Yeah. So that just seems like a better overall stat for me at this moment. It's just going to increase that all the more. Alright, now we have Barghasts and Whites. So we'll kill these as we walk by. Typically speaking, on a red light Bjorning, the rotation you want to do, you want to open up with Slash. That puts a bleed on your target. Then you want to hit Serrated Edge, and you can trade into more Serrated Edge damage right here in Serrated Edge. It just increases the bleed damage. So in man form, you are able to do a couple of these bleeds, and then I like to switch to bear form to finish everything up. If you hit Thrash while in man form, it actually transitions you into a bear. And if you hit Slash, Thrash and Slash, if you hit Slash while in bear form, it transitions you into your man form. So that's one way you can switch in and out of bear form quickly. There's a lot of whites in here. But what I've done is I have hotkeyed on my mouse man form and bear form. So I'm able to change kind of quickly in that aspect. But you're going to want to figure out some way to transition into the 2 forms quickly if you plan on playing Bjorning. It is a really fun, rewarding system. Alright, I need one more white, and there are pages that these guys drop. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Now, I'm not really super concerned about the bounties because the rewards are not something I'm all that interested in. But I thought I would just do them at least once. And I got probably 15 or 20 Lotro points by completing deeds. So, Slayer deeds, you if you hover over a unit like this right here, it says defeat Barghast in Bree-land 0 to 60. So I killed 30, and then it'll reset and give me basically Slayer deed of Barghast level 1. And then now I can kill 60, and it goes up to, I think, 260 or something like that. Yeah, I think over here is where one of her sons is. So that's how you, if you were going to do free-to-play, you would want to really focus on the deed system. Or if you really wanted to get your virtues. And your virtues are basically like an additional stat over here at this panel. And you actually have to unlock these 5 bars up top, and then you have to trait them in. And those are really, really helpful. I underestimated that the first time I played this game. Kind of ignored that whole system, and then at some point you're going to get to a point where like everything is killing you and you're very squishy. So this gives you the player a lot more to work. It's basically like a gear system, a stat system that you're always leveling that levels up with you. So like my level 155-ish Guardian is still working on leveling that up.
What do you need?
In like a good way. Like there's always progression on your character. You could max those out, but most likely you're not going to max everything out on that. But I really like that system because it gives you a lot of playability. So if I wanted to switch over to tank, I would pick traits that have a, like maximum morale, critical defense. This one's always good loyalty, plus 2 vitality, so it gives me more health, or it gives me more armor value, and increases my healing income.
I'm sorry. Did you need something? Might I take
Your tidings
a moment
have
of your
brought me
time?
grief deeply, for Amlak was young and strong, and I loved him dearly. The only consolation in my grief is that he died in search of his brother, whom he loved more than fear of this dreadful place. If this journal is true, then Amlak still believed there was hope for his brother. My heart fears the worst. Please, Brawl, search out the barrow over the mire where Amlak heard his brother. Bring my son back to me safe. Okay, we might try to do that. These are bounties.
What
I
do you
don't
need?
probably need to read these. We will grab... Let's grab jewel crafting.
Greetings.
And we will learn that jewel crafting. Oh, I can only do one at a time? Oh, I don't have enough room? Oh. Didn't realize my inventory was already full. Might need to sell some stuff.
Greetings.
Let's do jewel crafting. I'm more interested in getting,
What do you need?
I feel like jewel crafting is a bit more helpful in that regard. I don't need that. I need to sell some stuff.
What can I do for you?
I'm gonna hang on to that the sapphire shard because wasn't one of these guys a vendor? Yeah.
Greetings.
Let's sell. So you don't really want to sell any task items at the bottom of these you think is trash. It says this item can be turned in for tasks in Bree-land. You kind of want to hang on to those because those can be traded in for tasks. Tasks give you experience. Tasks give you reputation. It's one of the main ways you get reputation for factions in the game. And when you get to max reputation with a faction, you can get good gear that's helpful. You can get cosmetics. You can get mounts. You can get all kinds of really cool stuff. So I generally try to keep most task items, or I keep task items that I know I'm going to use in the future. So I know on this character I'm not going to go to the Shire or Arid Lewin, so I'm going to sell that one. But I am going to go to the Lowlands of North Downs, so I'm going to keep that. And this is Lowlands, I'm going to keep that. So it is well worth your while to read everything in your bags before you just delete them. That's one thing I didn't know when I first played the game. I would literally just sell everything. And then I would be a little frustrated when my rep wasn't up with a faction, or I started becoming too low level for higher zones. Now luckily, there are many ways in the game in which you can level up now. You can do skirmishes, you can do further adventures, and you can do missions, all of which are an excellent way to level up. My preferred way is missions, because they did the Mission Stable Master in recent years, and it's immensely helpful. Okay, and it's actually, you can access it on a free-to-play account or VIP. So we're going to find this other sun. I should have done this quest first, but it's alright. So we still have some deeds to do here. I'm going to pick up any profession things I can grab. There's a little rat coming at me. And then a white around the corner. So the whites were really creepy in the books. Very, very creepy. And the hobbits almost died, if not for Tom Bombadil. Now what is attacking me now? Those rats have like quite the aggro radius. That's crazy. So they're literally coming to attack me, and they're keeping me from running. It is in the Barrow White where the hobbits get their swords from Westinus. I really like the first beginning parts of Lotro because you really get the devastation that was wrought with the war in Angmar. Like, Eriador still hasn't recovered. As you begin to examine Malin, suddenly the body stirs. He's a white. So basically the white is essentially a zombie in Lord of the Rings. It's a little bit more than that. It's like an evil spirit, like a wraith kind of a thing. Alright, we'll go back and talk to 80 Whitley. We're going to kill this. You don't want to be in bear form and trying to do Wanderlust, because as soon as you're in combat, it takes the Wanderlust passive ability off you. So you do want to travel on a mount. You can actually harvest material, wood, crops, or ore while mounted. So that's really helpful as well. So this is actually not the only place in the Lord of the Rings Online that has burial mounds like this, or what they call barrows. There is a large Barrow White in Angmar. There are lots of burial grounds in the North Downs, and in Edenwaith, there's a big, in the southern part of Edenwaith, there's a big burial site. And I believe in Umbar, there's some, my max level character, my highest level character, is doing quests in Umbar, and I've discovered some barrows down there, way to the south. So.
I'm sorry. Did you need something?
The fools, oh the fools, they meant to find riches among the dead, but the dead kept their own and claimed my sons. Restless fools. Shall I join them now for my foolishness? Please leave me in my sorrow. That's really sad. Well, darn. Okay, well, that's essentially the South Downs. The South Barrow-downs. There is some deed logs you can do for exploration, but I have a separate series on exploring all the deeds. Here's a great view of Bree. Look at that. Sweet. So you see this old perimeter here? This was actually the old wall of a ruin that got destroyed during the War of Angmar. And there's a deed in Lord of the Rings Online for that, where you discover all this old kind of lost lore. It's fascinating. So I think what we'll do in the next episode on this character, we're going to go hop back on the main quest, the epic Book 1 Stirrings of Darkness. And we have a quest to go to Cyrodiil's camp, so I'm going to follow that. And he's up here at Thornland's worksite. When you talk to him, he will send you to a camp in the Lone Lands. And so everything is gearing up. Probably in the next episode or two, we will start questing in the Lone Lands, which is one of my all-time favorite zones in the game.